Hey, hello everybody, and welcome back to Wappelville. Welcome back to maybe ancient Egypt too, because we got another one of these big old clay cyanide figures right here. This is definitely way bigger than some of the other ones. Here, I'll give you a little size comparison. So yeah, Horus, this is a really big dude right here, and we got the wings and all that. I did in the end add these skulls to continue with the whole object source lighting thing here, because each one of these does have some form of it, which means we do have some of the fluorescent oils back out there. And again, these are the things that we have made ourselves with the fluorescent powders from Green Stuff World, some linseed oil. Now I was just about to create the usual sort of indigo skin tone on this, and I realized, well, wait a minute, you do is Horus, right? So the whole falcon thing. So I'm not quite sure what we might do on the wings on this side. Now, of course, you get almost a little bit on the simplistic side here with the way these wings are sculpted. It's almost more mechanical in a way. Hey, Velfera. So Valfira, yeah, hopefully with all of the crazy weather stuff and all that, that just was, what, that a 500-mile wide swath there. I was hoping that that didn't affect you or anything like that. Hey, Snow Trudger, nice to see you too. Sorry that this is later. Just nothing was working today the way I wanted it to, that's for sure. Now, I was thinking about this possibly for tomorrow. Hey, Deuce, how you doing? Well, I'm glad that I missed you there, Velfera, because as soon as I saw just how wide that was and how long that was, I didn't want to send you a message and get you all worried about that, or anything. So glad that you didn't quite have to deal with that. Hey, Landrast, how you doing? I actually printed this up a long time ago, but it's got the ice theme. At least, yeah, I mean, oh, yes, definitely. I think this is from Monster Mini Mayhem right here. Hey, Grumdy, I thought maybe for Monday we do this. Grumdy, that was looking really neat. I saw your, literally just a few seconds before I started here, I saw your Instagram post. Okay, Landrast, I hope you have a really tasty dinner there, and we should be here for several hours more, so no doubt about it. We should be here when you get back. I guess, well, there is actually going to be a lot of gold on this guy. I'm just kind of looking around, seeing what the heck is on there. Okay, we got some more down here. Not quite sure what some of all that stuff is, but yeah, I'm not. The scale of these clay cyanide things, not so sure. Hey, Megan, how you doing? I hope that you guys had an okay day today. Now, with the palette here, I might have to. Oh, we don't even have any of our radiant yellow out here. Let's get some of that out here. So that's just, we're just going to have to squeeze it on here somewhere. We'll just literally squeeze it on there. See, we just squeezed it like that. That's in between the white and the fluorescent orange that we did. Dano, nice to see you too. Let's see. Let's see. So, oh, that's a Proxima. That's not a Proxon. And so, Deuce, you have me thinking that you got a foam cutter right there. All right. Well, yeah, Velfera, everything kind of was definitely pushed back today. Sorry about that. I really wanted to get started at 6. Uh, oh, geez, that's that wow, that Megan, that's quite the full day. It's quite the full day there. Hopefully, getting along with the cats. We got a little Terra Rosa here, Fanchon Red. We'll need those too. We got a couple more Radiants over here of the turquoise blue and violet. Speaking of which, a little Egyptian violet over here. Your usuals here are indigo, black spinel, Van Dyke brown. I got some of the greens over here. We might have to put some more Prussian blue out there. Probably some more asphaltum too. No, she didn't want to leave the car. Well, I mean that's kind of understandable, really. Yeah, I think that's pretty understandable. But glad that you were able to do that, for sure. Yeah, we're just gonna start out nothing terribly complicated with some Van Dyke brown, little asphaltum. Again, I'm thinking wanted to do more of a falcon thing. Actually, I did bring up some references. Maybe we will just go with that darker skin tone. She came running into Mike. They were best friends. Jumped in the car right in my lap. Well, that's Wow, that's really amazing, Megan. There was a time, well, people would actually bring us stray dogs. They would actually bring those to us because they knew we were the dog people. Ironically enough, hey Lamines, how you doing? So yeah, Lamines, this is that thing that I printed out where I had to support it myself and hollow the base and such, and just use the auto supports, which is funny because it didn't seem to do that terrible a job with something that was, well, pretty darn huge.
So say we all.
Hey Dark Elf, how you doing? Thank you so much, and I guess it's a Sunday fun day. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Let's see. I think I'll get some of that over here too. Now, of course, that night of all the craziness, I had the printer turned off and stuff. It didn't really pan out here, but could not just take that chance. So the printing we're still way behind on that, which is why I was kind of looking through for some of the things that I know I had printed in the past, but just never had a chance to get to. And I found some winter themed stuff that I printed up from Monster Mini Mayhem. This must have been last January or February or something like that. In fact, I think that's probably what this was. So I thought this is what we might try to take on Monday. So Dark Elf James, this is another one of those Clay Cyanide figures. There was 5 of them all together that I had to get through. This is number 4. We did the third one. That was with all that green smoky stuff. We did that whenever that was that the one we did front? No, we were doing Lord of the Rings stuff on Friday. So that was probably the Thursday stream, I think. Yeah, it was probably the Thursday stream. Ah, boy, geez, Lamines, were you kind of part of all of the crazy storms and all that kind of stuff, or was it just a different kind of outage? I mean, I don't know if you ever would call it an outage like a normal one, but sorry if you're getting whacked now by whatever it was that nuked everything not last night, Friday night. Yeah, so Saturday it went. So that came up your way then. Gee, sorry about that, Lamines. Um, Gee, was the Lamines how last Saturday power set at 1 p.m. So gee whiz, Lamines, how many? That's wow, that's a long, long time right there. So sorry to hear about that. The Eastern Dragons in my base from Mini Mayhem were the Eastern. Oh, that's the stuff from. Is that from Titan Forge, Dano, or is that from what the heck is the other one? Lost Kingdoms. If they're from Titan Forge, they're gigantic. Let's put it this way: any kind of Titan Forge stuff that I want to reduce down to Lord of the Rings size, it's got to be over 20%, at least 20%. Gee whiz, Lamines. Now, did you see that coming at all, or did you started that print up and you're just like, well, better hope the things hold out? Yeah, Arda Michael, I think we were able to dodge that stuff here because that was actually originally supposed to be this way. I think it just was much further south then. Yeah, yeah, Dano, we're talking about tornadoes that were going for 500 miles in a swath that was 3/4 of a mile wide. There was a lot of intensity going on. Also the December release. Okay, sorry if I'm getting mixed up on that. There's so many now, right? I'm just kind of getting those mixed up in my head. Started Friday night and soon to be done by the time. Yeah, actually, Lamines, you know what I've started doing, and I have no idea why I didn't start. Well, I think because I just didn't imagine this many files. Actually, Luminous, I'm gonna have to send you a picture of like a screen capture of all of like I've got 8 different versions or 8 windows of Chitubox opened up, all filled with build plates. But what I've started doing was actually in the name of the file, it says how long it's going to take to print. Now I know that if it's an infantry thing, it's going to be somewhere between 4 hours on the short side and 5 hours on the long side. If it's got horses in it, you're looking probably at 5.5, maybe 5 3/4 on the long side. But just because of that, I've actually started writing down times, because sometimes it's the big things like this thing I thought was going to take a lot longer to print. It was more like 5 hours something, maybe 5.5 hours, when I was thinking it was going to be more like a 7. Yeah, Artemiko, whenever it moves that much, that fast, it just never goes well. It never ends well at all, for sure. Let me see. Yeah, Lamines now, because the printers don't really require that much power, is one of those things where the battery backup can pretty much take care of a whole print. Because I know someone who said something like they could run several printers on just one battery backup. Yep, Valfera, I know that. It's just there's no way to tell when, you know, after you've made a build plate and it's 3 weeks later. Something like this is very deceptive. When you've got something that's, you can't tell how tall they are necessarily just by the nasty Chitubox. No, sorry, the printer screen. It looks, it's bigger, but you can't really tell, because I printed out things that look really gigantic that take, I don't know, 5 hours, and I've taken things that look about the same and those take 8 hours. All right, Laminas, good luck with it. I hope everything's okay. So yeah, Valfera, it's just I make so many of these things. We're talking dozens and dozens and dozens of these. There's no way to remember exactly what's going on with each one. So there's times where I think it's going to be maybe a 5 hour print, and I go, oh, that's actually 7.5 hours. Because I also need to know, like, even if it's just a 4 or 5 hour print, that's really important to know, because, well, like the one that I did earlier today, if it had been like a 3.5 or 4 hour print, I could have taken that off the build plate before I started this here. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too long. So yeah, Valfera, that's why I was saying that I'm putting basically the time in the file name, so that I at least have that. Just some kind of reference, because it used to just be, all right, I'm printing infantry, okay, I'm printing a monster or something larger. But stuff like this, again, was shocking in how much less time it took. Hey, Chapman, how you doing? So yeah, now that we're starting to print some larger things, and it's not like they're dragons or whatever. They're not that big, but they're big enough, they're tall enough that they could actually take that much time, or because they're oriented, like the way these wings were oriented, they didn't take that much time. If I had orientated them a different way, it could have tacked on, I don't know, an hour and a half to the time, I think, maybe. Hey, Nero, how you doing? So actually, Valfera, it's pretty close. It's pretty darn close to the time. I mean, if it's not exactly the time, that's okay. I just need some kind of a neighborhood time. It's like, okay, is it going to be one of those 7 hour prints, an 8 hour print, or is it down to more like 5 or 6.5? That's just really important to know, because anything that's going to be, say, a 6, 7, 8 hour time frame, it's either going to be done while I'm doing this and filming. That's why I wanted to start up another print. It was going to be one of those long kind of 8 hour ones, which I would have done, while I was doing this. And I also have to film an episode after we're done here. Chapman, with those walruses from Archvillain, are you just taking the non-supported ones because the supported ones never showed up in the? Well, I'm sorry, there was two pieces of one. Otherwise, nothing showed up. It was only in the unsupported file version that you could actually see anything. Let's see. So and also too again, just here's hoping that people are okay from, because it sounds like not only was, well, that 500-mile wide swath affected, but it sounds like it kept moving, and maybe it wasn't quite so intense as it was, but still folks getting affected by that. So yeah, the whole thunderstorms in December, that's just not a good deal. All right, I think we're almost ready to start doing the object source lighting part here. I'm actually going to start getting a little bit of the cooler colors onto this too, just where I can. Okay, so yeah, Chapman, I remember saying to Dano, it's like, did you get the walrus files? And he says, yeah, I got them. I printed them already. I said, where the heck were they? Because I don't see them anywhere. He says, what do you mean? And sure enough, they're not to be found. They're not there. They're only in the unsupported version. Now, of course, I have the unsupported ones. Actually, the thing I was hoping to print out for tomorrow was gonna be that king, the ice king, the ice troll king or whatever. But I think maybe we'll give this one a try tomorrow. This is actually, I'm pretty sure this is from Monster Mini Mayhem last year. I could be wrong, but I think this just has all the earmarks of being a Monster Mini Mayhem figure. Hey, Crazy Wolf, how you doing? So actually, I made a bunch of build plates of the arch villain of the trolls, the ice trolls. It was the Ice Troll King or something like that. I think that's what it was. I made some files of him, some of the trolls. Now, I guess I'll have to do the walrus guys. I don't think I'll have time to print any of that stuff out before we go. I mean, maybe I will. It kind of depends on how things go. I think I'm all caught up there. So yeah, Velfira, there's been time. I'll just remind me to send you a picture of not just what the average build plate looks like, but I was just sending around a screen capture to people last night as I was working on new build plates, and I was like, oh my gosh, there's nine Chidu box things open, and there's a million files on each of those boxes. It was kind of hilarious. I thought you would get a kick out of that. So Chapman, I don't know if I'll be doing the Etten because we already did one from we did Birdie and Jeeves from RM Principal Terrain. I mean, it looks kind of neat, but I already kind of did one of those, so that's something I might save for another time. The Ice Trolls and that Ice Troll King, and especially the Walrus guys, because if you look at my blog and look under the Mears Miniature stuff, you'll see that I actually painted a bunch of Walrus guys from Mears Miniatures. And I just thought that would be kind of interesting to be painting the Walrus guys, since I've already had to paint several of those from a different, well, those were just regular miniatures, not 3D prints. Dark Elf James, well, oh, that's kind of like the dungeon tiles almost. Actually, the thing that I would really love to be able to print is essentially the Doguldur terrain from The Printing Goes Ever On, because that was, what is it, chapter 16 that they're up to now? I think it was chapter 16. I would really love to be able to print those things out, but that is FDM. I don't even know if you could print those up on like a Saturn or a Mighty or a Mono X or anything like that. Those are pretty colossal, I have to say. So I think, oh, you got the walrus printed. I hadn't a chance to paint it yet. So Crazy Wolf, hopefully you're doing well. And again, I apologize if I missed things in the chat because haven't actually uh, heard from Armored Wolf yet today. And well, I've been running around like a maniac myself. So, and of course, the camera boom with the size of this thing, the camera boom is completely in the way and blocking the chat. So. Yeah, if I miss something, you'll just have to forgive me there, and hopefully I'll be able to get back around and see it. Or you could just put it in there again until I do actually see it. I'm just trying to make sure that I actually get paint everywhere here. That's really more important than anything else at this stage. I think we're starting to get there. Also trying not to snap things off. Well, I have to say I am kind of pleased with the fact that I could actually just support this thing and hollow out the base myself. And I've done that on smaller stuff, not bigger things like this. They're called the Adobin. I did only download the supported group of file. Yeah, Grumdy, it would be different if I didn't have my reference also my screen up, so I don't have the screen with the chat either. All right, it's time to start wiping some of this stuff away here. Let's see what we can do with some of this. Get this thing out of the way and start wiping some of this away. And then we'll be coming back into this with our fluorescent stuff. We're going to be establishing our object source lighting as soon as we can. As always, that's going to be the same. So yeah, let's get rid of some of these guys. Oh yeah, Chapman, now do you have, well, I'm assuming you don't have the crushed glass snow stuff, unless maybe you do. That's always going to be my favorite. And do you have some of the heavy gloss gel so that you can try doing icicles? Now, obviously, I won't be able to do snow or ice effect things on this on Monday because, well, it's going to have wet oils everywhere. But I thought, maybe later in the week or something like that, I'll do a video trying to do some icicles or add to it or whatever. Because that might be fun to see something like that. So Megan, I hope I hope that the puppy does well. It's providing some entertainment, that's for sure. Hopefully it doesn't get too crazy, like I said, with all the cats, and eventually when it maybe is not just hiding in the vehicle. Hey Queez, how you doing? So yeah, it's kind of funny, Snow Trudger. I haven't actually ever had a chance to try it for things like drool and such. Now I gotta be gentle on these wings. There's a lot of green stuff in there. Like I say, the Clay Cyanide figures, well, eh, they don't fit together quite the way the usual ones do. I have to say that. So I think I'm actually glad I just went with the not brownish falcon wings. I don't know. I think we'll just have to stick with that theme. Don't want to snap that sucker either. So Dark Elf James, that was the. It's from StinoRes. It's the. Oh gosh, already flaking on that. Here, let me see if I can just grab it here. Be just easier to show you. It's the Ghost Tints here, and it's there you go. Ghost Tint Fresh Blood. And where is our? Here she is. So that's and yeah, if you just check out the video there, you can see that we used, in some cases, we were using the GW stuff because that's got that stuff is very thin, right? The Ghost Tint, it's very thin and it's glossy too, because the Ghost Tints are just glossy. That's just kind of how those things are. So fishing line for the base. Yeah, actually, I've got to try and find myself some fishing line. Hey, Sarge, how you doing? So Sarge, I guess well, Texas pretty much missed out on. Well, yeah, I think it started in Arkansas. So Sarge, glad that you didn't have to deal with any of that stuff. So thank you so much, Sarge. Hope you're doing good. I think we're all caught up there. Let's see. The crystals, you don't have the crystals. Going to try and use clear printing resin. Chapman, I know that Green Stuff World was saying that you could take their water effect stuff and use the flashlight to try and create icicles, but they're going to be monstrous. Actually, does anybody know? I think people were saying that the the light, the flashlight thing from Green Stuff World was 405. Actually, if anybody has some suggestions on where to get the 405 flashlights, because Dano is just having a bugger of a time trying to get that. Sarge, there's a lot. I was surprised that there wasn't more. Oh, what is that? The whole mark themselves safe or whatever. I was expecting to see more of those because I know. Well, we have a couple of folks here in the chat that I know they're in Kentucky. Hey, Zoxay, how you doing? Thank you so much. We'll take a little sip of medicine with that sub. Much appreciated. So yeah, Jetman, that's what I was looking for one myself, but then people said no, you already have one. That Green Stuff World light it's already a 405. So don't get another one because you're just going to be repeating what you already got. Let's see. All right, so there's Dano. If Dano's kind of asking if somebody has any decent links to the 405 lights there on Amazon. Let me see. 1 second here. Again, there's no Armored Wolf tonight, or at least not right now, anyways. So I kind of have to just do that stuff myself. So Snow Treasure, this is for some spot, basically like spot welding. So yeah, this is not for building a like a little curing station. This is literally like I put a little bit of it over here, and then I actually have one of these. So this is what you're trying to do. Like say like here, filling in a gap, and I would just turn it on and just do that in that one little gap where I just brushed it on or something like that. Now Chapman says that his works and it's a 390 because Dano, wasn't that what you said that you could find a million 390s but no 405s? Oh, actually, Sarge, gee whiz, I know you were talking about trying the smoky black, the Soraya. Now this is actually something. Believe it or not, I printed this out last winter. I guess you could say last winter. I'm pretty sure this is from Monster Mini Mayhem, like maybe their December or January files or something like that. And I had forgotten about this thing, so I was gonna try and paint this up on Monday because I just didn't have time to do any of the other stuff that I was hoping to do. Oh, Dano, I did print out. Did I send you a? Oh, I think I forgot to send you a picture. The only thing I actually had time to print out and actually cure and stuff was the. Oh, unless I try and paint those. I don't know, but from Medberry, the Corsairs. That's it. That's it. I think I'm actually going to try and do a quick basing video on those guys. Actually, that's what I might try to film tonight is a basing video. Oh, speaking of videos, where the heck did it go? It was around here, so here it is. So what I was going to do was do an orc skin tone tutorial, kind of along the same lines as what we did here with the light skin tone, and we'll do, the whole color chart thing with the little portrait and stuff, and it's going to be, we'll kind of do these type of skin tones right here, So I thought that could be very interesting. Let's see. So there's the one that Sarge got on Amazon. Yeah, Grundy. I did those ones in acrylic and stuff, and I thought, well, maybe we could do one in oil paints, and the Artisan Guild figures are really good for it. Oh, geez, Grundy, could you post the link to? Well, you can post as many of your different Instagrams as you want, but the one that you posted today, that was really looking spectacular. So yeah, I think people would love to see that. Where the heck is that other filbert brush there? I just keep losing the filbert, but there it is. There you are. All right, there's the fluorescent red, a little bit of the orange here. Gonna just grab some of that thinner. Let's see if I can find a little bit of there we go, some of the fanchon red to throw in there. Okay, let's get this show on the road here. That's just not gonna be there. I'm just gonna get some more of the orange in there straight away. Why not? So yeah, Grumdy, actually, if you want to post them all, go ahead, post all the different. I think people will really get a kick out of seeing those for sure. So yeah, if you want to post those, that would be really cool. Oh, good. I did miss the green there. For a second, I thought I just grabbed a bunch of green. So hopefully, Dano, that some of those links could be helpful for you. I'm hoping. All right, let's get a little bit of our red, orange stuff up here too. So with the wings, I'm not really going to get too crazy with those because, well, first of all, they'll just take away too much interest from the figure itself. All right, maybe a little the light sneaks on there. That's about it. And maybe a smidge over there. Okay, oh yeah, probably going to reach over there too. So I just got to figure out where is the light going to reach. What parts of this is going to reach it? What parts is it not going to reach? Might get the top of those, but those are pretty much in some kind of a shadow there. So yeah, everybody really, I think you're going to want to definitely check out Grumdy. Check out all the amazing things that he's been doing with the oils there, of course. All right, we're just going to start moving now towards some smaller stuff here. Let's get down to some of our orange, lighter orange, maybe a little bit of the radiant lemon too here. And as I apologize if he wanders off screen every now and then. I apologize for that. There's some more of that. So Velfair, hopefully the new printer is behaving itself. Like I said, I think you would get a kick out of seeing kind of a day in the life of the average Chidu Box build plate exercise here. I think you might get a kick out of that. So I'll just you'll have to remind me to send you some screen caps of that because I think that might be interesting for you to see. A little window into the world of just how crazy it is here with all the build plates and such. All right, trying to just again build up some more of a light color there. This is by no means the lightest light we're going to be working on. And of course, we do have the newest video up on the YouTube channel. That also has some object source lighting in it too. I won't do too much on that. So well, maybe here we can get away with it because there's more of that metal there. And hey, Nessie, thank you so much. Appreciate the whoops. There's not quite as much room right there. Thank you, Nessie. Nessie, sorry that I haven't answered your messenger question there. Actually, yeah, it was going to be kind of an elaborate response there. So actually, if you could ask me the question here again, and then I could actually tell you the answer in person. Yes, how's that? So yeah, sorry. When your message came in, there was a whole lot of messages going back and forth because we had another crazy thing with the family and a lot of messages flying back and forth again. So and yeah, Nessie, I know that your message was saying you had a lot of different things, a lot of moving parts going on. So yeah, if you wanted me to ask you your question again there, and I could actually give you the answer just in person. Now, was it wasn't the Scopy, was it we were asking about the tree bark and such? Because the tree bark, well, obviously if you can't get stuff like that, that's where you could get the mulch. It's not quite the same. I actually have done a few videos with the mulch. Let's see, 14. So it's about 60 something degrees in the basement. It comes in a Ziploc bag. Let's I would need is it flock or is it I would need some more. Actually, wait a minute. No, well, let me see. I can maybe try and bring that up here. Now, is it more of a forest type of a thing there, Nessie? Because I think that might have been. Was it also from an older video? I guess that's another important question. Because if it's from an older video, it might not have been in a Ziploc bag for quite some time. Oh, no, I know what you're. Now I know. Yes. Okay. This. Yeah. See. They're not in the Ziploc bags anymore. That's why we call them our favorite hummus. So that must have been a very early episode. So yeah, that's the Luke's APS stuff right there. Because when you were like, oh, in a Ziploc bag, the only thing I have in Ziploc bags, I think anymore, are the leaves that Armored Wolf sends me. So I thought maybe you were asking about the leaves there. So Nessie, there's a ton of those. The ones you've probably seen me use are the Arid Wastelands Base Ready. You've probably seen me use the City Rubble, and there's a couple of other ones. I think there's the Forest. Actually, two. There's if it was more of a flock type of a thing, it was probably Forest Floor ground cover. There's also Pine Forest ground cover. Those are just kind of more my favorite ones, I guess you would say. All right, well, Snow Trudger, I understand the whole cleaning the hobby. That's a lost cause here. There's literally no sense in even. Well, I have to every so often just because I lose too many things. But because it's the work area, it's nonstop work. Actually, think of the work area here like a superhighway. And you know how you can't just shut down the superhighway because it's a superhighway. You just can't shut it down. You try and work around. You set up the cones and you try and work around it. That's kind of what this area is like. Let's see. Yeah, there is some ganja. Well, I'm sure Gandalf has plenty of baggies of ganja. I'm sure he does. But yeah, Nessie, I'll try and look through for some of the titles for you. The ones that, oh gosh, and I don't know if you can just tell by the names of them, but there's ones that are mostly just like colored sawdust, and I'm not a big fan of those. But stuff like the forest floor cover, that's more of a dirt type of a one. There's the pine forest ground cover. That's got some greenery in it. Those were the ones that I really like. So I think maybe we're caught up now. And again, if I missed anything in the chat, just please maybe ask again or something like that, because not quite sure where Armored Wolf is at this point right here. No, I meant to send him some messages earlier. I sent them some about, I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour ago. But he's got a lot of things going on, lots of things to get ready. This is going to be a very, 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 very up-tempo month for both of us. It always is, but this month it's even crazier. So I'm still trying to figure out a way that I can still do the cookie decorating episode. So I'm gonna have to start going back into this with some of the darker stuff too. I can't all just be lighter, lighter, lighter. And I might just let some of the fiery influence go a little bit further. Mostly just because it actually kind of makes life a little bit easier. That was another reason why I decided to just say the heck with it and actually do some of the fiery light stuff on this, just reasons. We will be doing a bunch of the gold up here, which I might even start getting to now. So we're going to take this radiant lemon here and some of the mango yellow. That's our Indian yellow. So Nessie, was there anything miniature-wise that you got planned? You know, you say, okay, this is the one thing I would really like to try and do here. There we go. And that's mixing with some of the pre-glaze right there, creating, I don't know, whatever colors. Doesn't matter. I just don't want it to get too light too fast. That's an important thing. So yeah, this is, I do believe that the other miniature from Clay Cyanide is even bigger than this one. So that should be interesting. I don't know if that one is, it could be raw actually. Yeah, it might be raw. Oh, that's a, I might even, I don't know, I might have to reduce the size. I might have to redo the build plates, reduce the size. Not sure yet. He does have quite a bit of armor on him, that's for sure. He's very, he's got almost a bit of a mechanical look to him. What's fun is we are getting some of that red in our golds here, kind of by default, actually. Don't really have to push that too hard. I'm trying to get some of that over here, some of that over here. That stuff, not gonna do the gold there. Oh, that's I've been playing with oil washes or adapted Titanicus. Awesome. Cell shading. Sorry about that. That's not easy for me to spit out. I know. Well, you taught the Gundam class at Warfare Weekend, right? So I thought maybe that kind of put that Gundam bug in you. Luminous. Yeah, I guess. Well, now you're going to be kind of backed up on your printing there with all of the craziness and the how much 30 hours of lost power there. I mean, if you can, that would be great, because I don't think I'm going to be able to print him out before we go. Well, I could print him out, but there's no way I'm going to paint him before we go. So, yeah, there's no way that, I'm just trying to get at least these 4. If I can get this guy here, there will be enough time for him to dry and then send him off. But that could be helpful. So Grundy, it's the Indian yellow from Williamsburg. That stuff really is sensational. Actually, well, I like using it. It's the same stuff I used in the Imperial Fist pre-glaze, all that kind of stuff. But I like to mix that. Actually, you'll be seeing that mixing with the Perline Black in that orc video I was just telling you about. So I think we might be doing some pirate themed basing tonight, I think. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't have a lot of time for filming tonight, and something like that might go a little bit faster. Yeah, it's raw from Clay Cyanide. Laminus, it looks like he has 2 sets of wings. Or each of his wings is actually it's split in half. So it's almost like he has 4 wings. And I think he's either the same size as this guy or maybe a little bit bigger. I do actually have build plates of him. So I have build plates of him. I'm going to actually grab a little bit of the Egyptian violet there too. Oh, thanks, Queez. I appreciate that. Sorry, it's a little bit hard to get my hand off of it. Actually, it's sticking to the blue tack. So thank you very much, Queez. I could certainly use some of that. Yeah, Nessie, I'm sure you've got a whole bunch of things. Because, well, I I won't be nasty and ask you if there's any Song of Ice and Fire stuff that you've been itching to get to. So I won't ask you that question at all. Yeah, I'll be nice and not ask you if there's any Song of Ice and Fire stuff that you were wanting to get to. Because I know that you don't have too many Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, so there's probably no Song of Ice and Fire figures that you would, want to paint anytime soon from Song of Ice and Fire. Yeah. Actually, let's see now. I haven't gotten anything from, Cool Mini or anything like that, but I do have the Skin Changer guys, and I thought, well, I mean, that's wintry, right? So I thought we could maybe just do an episode where we paint up the box, because there's what, 6 of them in the box of the Skin Changers, or is it 4? I think it's 6, right, Nessie? And then, it would be another thing where I could do snow and ice and all that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, Laminus, if you could do them at the, oh gosh, what would you say, the normal stock size or whatever, that would be great. Because at least then it would just be in the same scale as everything else here, and I could just say, look, that's the size they made it. That's the size that they made it. So we're just, again, figuring out where some of our darks are going to go here. Now let me see if I can grab another one of these brushes here. We're going to get some of our indigo, Van Dyke brown together here. And I'm going to start to darken this up. That's more like it. And we're going to start to get some darks onto the wings because, well, shadows, right? Here, we'll do the same on this thing right now. And floor starks, yes. A little bit of floor starks. So Laminus, again, I really appreciate you. Appreciate you doing that. It would be huge because that pretty much saves me an entire day of printing, because you're looking at, for me, that's going to be 2 build plates at least 5.5 hours each. So that'll wipe out a whole day. Because when you talk about the taking it off of the plate and cleaning it and stuff like that, now it's more like a 6-hour thing. And that would just free up a whole bunch of time. So that would actually be fantastic. Yeah, Luminous, yeah, only half of a Saturn. That is pretty darn sweet, I have to say. Okay, I'm gonna go here with some of the Van Dyke Brown and going to start darkening up some stuff here because that's supposed to be in shadow. Oh, I see some more. We need some more of our light over here. There, I'm just gonna shove some of that in there right now. Let's see. Oh, and you have tons of Night's Watch. Now, Nessie, you've got some of the newest stuff, right? I mean, they've come up with what? New Night's Watch Cavalry, and there's like Night's Watch Land Raiders and Night's Watch Battlefleet Gothic ships. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that I haven't seen yet for Song of Ice and Fire. Time to darken this down again. Just look at them just taking this brush and thinking that just needs to be dark. Yeah, I wiped away some paint there. Guess what? I'm putting some back. Now, obviously, they wanted the wings to come in contact with this thing. There was no way that was going to happen. So the Clay Cyanide figures, again, they're interesting. They're interesting, but when they start coming in multiple pieces, it can be, they're not designed super fantastically. We'll put it that way. Hey, Thaler, nice to see you again. It's been a little while. All right, I am going to grab this right here is just the, that is just the blue right there. That is the radiant blue. We're just going to start to get a little bit of a lighter color out here too. Something like that. So Chapman, yeah, I think he's got, it's almost like he's got, what am I thinking, ladybug wings or something like that. They're kind of split wings. At least that's what it looked like to me. This is almost like ladybug wings. So Thaler, I hope that you're doing well. And, well, hopefully we're not part of all of the weather craziness that's been going on here the last couple of days, because it's definitely affected a lot of folks in the chat. So Sarge, yeah, I'm glad that your buddy is okay there. Gee whiz, that's... and I don't know what the strength of those was, but those certainly must have been in the EF 3, 4, or 5 type category. Thank you so much, Inky Drips. I appreciate that. Here's along comes Gandalf, and he's like, "Oh, not so little hobbits. That's scary." It's reminding me of a Balrog. I'm out of here. Yeah, Gandalf doesn't want to get his arms ripped off again. Chapman, I think this is the 4. Yeah, this is the 4. The other one is the 6. 4s and 6s. Now, some brush companies, one company's 4 is another company's 6. One company's 6 is another company's 8. So you never quite know what it is that you're getting. And there we go. Let's again pick up a little bit more of our light along here. Just all I'm trying to do is get something on here so that when I compare it to my firelight, I don't want the firelight to get too light too quickly because we got nothing here to compare it to. And as you can see, that might be a dry brush, but look at all the paint that we're picking up there. We're picking up lots of paint, which means it's blending like it's supposed to. I'll get a little bit more of that on the inside here. Some of this stuff I might just do at another time because it'll be really tough for you to actually see much of it. So again, this thing it's sticking to me way more than I thought it would. So this is it's going to be a little bit more clumsy than I thought it was going to be. The boss bridge, you get a large printer. Oh, Dano, wow, that's really good news. Wow, that's sensational. Dano, that was the direction that just I was starting to head to lean towards. Is that as well? So, uh, if you get that, I'm going to be asking you what it's like. So be ready for that. I'll be asking you too. All right, so I'm trying to do that same sort of cast shadow thing over here. Same little cast shadow thing. Okay, where the heck? I'm not going to use that. If I'm going to use this other filbert again, we're going to get some, if I can find the darn thing. What the heck? We'll throw a little bit of magenta on there. I don't care. We'll get a little bit of our radiant lemon in there. What the heck? Radiant lemon and radiant violet together. Because, reasons. Whatever. I don't really care. We'll be going back into this again anyway with some other color, just to try and make that a little more interesting than just a somewhat lighter tan. Right now, all I want to try and do is make sure we have an actual shadow set up here. Cast by the object source lighting, of course. Let's get a little bit of light onto that too. The Anycubic 6K printer. And actually, what am I trying to spit out here? Does anybody think that there'll be like after Christmas sales? Because, they do all the Christmas sales and then nobody's buying stuff anymore. So then in January they kind of go, "Oh, well, this stuff's on sale here." So does anybody think that that's going to be happening with printers at all? Where it's just, okay, yeah, there was the holiday rush or whatever, but now they're not selling any printers at all. And would they maybe do some kind of post-holiday sale? Let's see, the metal tip for Citadel. Now that I can't help you with, Zeller. I don't use the... gosh, when's the last time we used GW plastic glue? We just use, I think it's just the tester stuff. I used to think so. Here, I'm going to try and get some of the ambient light there on his leg. I'm gonna try to do some more here. I think maybe with the golds. Let's see what happens with that. We got a radiant lemon lined up here with the Indian yellow. We're probably gonna have to also make sure we get some greens into this. Because, we love greens in our golds. We also probably want to have some alternating gold and blue stuff that's going on. I think they all went to clean out the infantry. Okay. All the stuff is still in crates. I think they want to clean out the... Oh, okay. Yeah, the whole inventory taxes and stuff. Well, unless, do you think that with all those stuff that's sitting on boats out there, that all of a sudden, maybe in January or February, all of a sudden those boats finally get in, and now we've got all these printers, and they might have a sale on them? It's like the the arrived from port day sale. All right, I'm gonna get that up here then, not down there, if I want to try and get some of the source lighting to hit some of that. I think I'm as caught up as I can be on the chat. So again, wasn't able to make contact with Armored Wolf. I'm hoping that everything's going okay there. I think it's just, well, they're super, super, super busy. Yeah, actually, Arda Michael, I just keep thinking of resin, and that's the one thing that I really know very well, what the prices have been. I'm not so much up on the printer prices, but the resin, that I do know how much that has changed. All right, I'm just going to get a little, I'm going to have to move that just a smidge here. I'm going to get a little bit more of my thinner in the white there, just to sort of help break that down some more. And then I'm just kind of also trying to let some of the fiery stuff here have a chance to set before I go back in there and mess around with it. Oh, gee whiz, let's get the, I almost forgot the top part of this here. What are we doing? So it just takes me a little bit longer to move this thing around in my hand because with all of the blue tack there, it's just kind of stuck to my hand. It was actually a little bit of rationale behind that because I knew with the top heavy nature of this thing, it could very easily just fall out of my hands when I was trying to get to a really hard to reach area or something. So that's one reason why it's almost like I've got stickum or something like that, like a wide receiver or whatever. So yeah, I just that's something that I'm wondering now is would they have oh look, we just a couple of ships were just docked in port. We have some printers now. Actually, the other thing that someone told me is that Balin's tomb went up again on the website. And I'm like, wait a minute, when did that happen? Because it showed up as not for sale online, but I guess now Balin's tomb is available online, or was I seeing that wrong? Okay, so again, this is not the lightest of our golds right here, by any means. This is not the lightest of the golds. I also have to be thinking, the fiery stuff is back over here. It's not all the way up there, so we might be, taking away some of the glowy stuff here. Some of it, not all of it, but some of it potentially. See if we can get the brightest of the glowy stuff here on our little skelly friends. Like their eyes here. So it disappeared immediately when they first put it up because, well, they didn't really say that it was a limited release. And of course, I'm pretty sure that most of the people buying them were just people hoping to resell them at a super inflated price. I don't know, what is it that GW tries to do about that? Do they maybe try to limit the number that you can buy? Or do they even bother doing something like that? Hey, Nixel, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Yeah, this is one of those figures that I had to print. This is one of the reasons why I needed to get that new printer, because this is one of those commission figs that had to be printed here. And it's rather gigantic. Well, I mean, it's not really huge compared to some of the other things I've done. He's not big at all. But compared to the other clay cyanide ones, like, well, this one, he definitely is a wee bit bigger. Hey, Miss Half Damage, nice to see you again. But I know it's been a little while. So mishap damage, I hope that you're doing well. And let's keep going with our lighter stuff here. More, I mean, we're getting closer to our fiery stuff, so we can start to think a little bit more about making this lighter. For which that we do have other areas that we can, work on to, again, to let some colors set a little bit more. Hey, Cat Herder, how you doing? So it was also the same thing with the dice. Now, of course, maybe they're already out of stock again on those, but they didn't even have them listed on the U.S. sites for sale. They had the Angmar dice, but not the Necromancer dice. So yeah, they had the dice with the Witch King, but they didn't have the dice with the Necromancer. Or, well, basically Sauron.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Salmon E. I appreciate that. Let's see, well, here he is. Here is our Moria. He's like, oh, good grief, another Balrog? It's like, there was Balrogs in Egypt. My name's Horus. He's like, your name's not Gothmog? It's like, I don't know, but I do know an Egyptian god named Gothmog. It's like, geez, that Tolkien guy, he named everybody Gothmog. I think there's even one of the wizards his name is Gothmog too. I even think there might be a hobbit named Gothmog. And yes, we have hobbits now. Yes, we have hobbits. We didn't have hobbits before, we have hobbits now. There. So I hope that you're doing good. And again, to all the new folks that came in, hopefully where you were was not affected, at least not as much by all of the weather stuff that has been going on over the last, well, about 36 hours, it sounds like. It's been challenging for some folks. And I do believe this is what we'll try and paint on Monday here. I think this is actually another one from Monster Mini Mayhem. It's so funny because I did print out several of several of their things last winter and just never got a chance to paint them. It's funny because I've had their stuff, it just I never actually had a chance to paint it. Now these spots right there, those we're going to eventually blend those, but for right now, not going to do that. I'm just going to let this stuff sit here. Then we'll do blendy stuff later on. Not going to be hasty little hobbits and try and do that right now. All right, well, Dano, thank you so much. And yeah, I swore I sent you a picture of the build plates and stuff like that, Dano, but I'll shoot you a picture of those. Oh, no, I did, right? Because I sent you a picture of the pirates or the corsairs. So yeah, I think I sent you those. But in any case, I think I might actually, instead of doing a painting video tonight, I think I might just do that quick basing video and try and do some piratey type themes. That is if I can. So Samony, how are you doing? So actually Inky Drips, yeah, now the way, because I had to do my own supports on this, so these were the two areas where most of the supports were. And that's where, I still have them right here. So you see these two sanding sticks? I think you can tell that's got a lot of rough texture on it. But you see that's a much finer, here you go. It's got so much of the dust on it that it's not pink anymore, but you can see like this one has all the rough texture, that one's very smooth. So the rough texture went first, right? Or the coarse to get most of the stuff off, and then we did the fine afterwards. Glad that you're doing good there, Samony. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that we have, or let me just double check. I'm going to turn up my brightness a touch here. I just want to make sure I've got my auto white balance on. I wasn't sure if that was actually on or not. So back to my orangey color here because we have this little raw symbol right here, and we're going to let it shine. Get some more of our lightest light down here. Of course, I did have two snake. Oh my goodness. Oh, here's one of them. Now I have to find out where the heck the other one went. But I was when I was green stuffing the wings, I had some extra green stuff, and of course we always make ourselves some extra snakes like that with the extra green stuff, so that we can do things like this. So that sneaky snake right there, it was extra green stuff that I didn't end up needing, and I said the heck with it and made a little bit of a snake out of it. Hey Grim, how you doing? So Grim, if you want to throw the link into the Discord, I haven't been able to track down Armored Wolf today, so maybe he'll be in later or something like that. But if you want to throw in the link to the Discord where people can talk about the oils and ask questions and such, that would be handy. I think I might still need to get some more of my lighter orange on there. So again, this is another one of the Clay Cyanide figures. Where's our first one? Boy, and you thought that one was... So that's just how big this Horus figure. This is the Isis one that we did. Landrest has returned. So Landrest, hopefully the chow was very yummy. I am looking forward to some hot chocolate after this stream right here. And actually, oh yeah, Kathy was she was able to find some Bailey's Irish creams. So now we can have fortified hot chocolate with extra nutrients in it. That means it's going to be even more healthy than it normally is. Although I'm still almost kind of tempted to try that Bailey's, was it the red velvet Bailey's or something like that? Unless somebody else has tried it already. Yeah, that's too much yellow there. I want that to be more of an orange instead. So Grim has posted a link to, again, that is the Discord right there. So if you're kind of maybe new to oils or something like that, Grim also has a whole bunch of intro videos. So Grim, if you want to throw the link to your intro videos and stuff on your YouTube channel there. And if everyone could please give Grim a follow. Grim also is doing some streaming soon. You don't want to miss out on that. So, oh yeah, Landrest, I'll have to send you, I know you've seen them before. It's like, it wouldn't be anything new to you, but I just thought for the sake of fun and laughs, I would send you some pictures of those Chirubox build plates. We've got Monster Den Minis executing a raid. So Monster Den Minis, thank you so much. And thank you so much. We're going to be welcoming in some new little hobbits like Noah Sarami, thank you so much. Wait a minute. Hello, little hobbits. That's a hobbit. That's not Gandalf. It's like, no, I'm just a fool of a took. So thank you so much for that follow. And there we go. And Megan, thank you so much for the shout out there. So everybody can follow Monster Den Minis. So Monster Den Minis, what were you working on? And welcome in. Thank you so much for that raid. We are working, as always here, with our homemade fluorescent oil paints. Yes, fluorescent powders, mix them with the linseed oil, we get fluorescent paints. And it's the same stuff. We were just showing this. This figure is from Clay Cyanide. This is actually the first one of the batch that we did. Now this was Isis. We're working on Horus here. And somewhere, oh, here's Bast. It's another one again with the same sort of object source lighting going on. Hey Pethis, how you doing? And we've done this not just in orange, right? We love all of our object source lighting. That's with the fluorescent magenta right there. That all of these have actually been 3D printed miniatures. Oh look, here's some arch villain with the green object source lighting, because object source lighting, right? Hey, pun expected. How you doing? So pun expected. Nice to see you. Working on some Christmas miniatures for the giveaway next week. So everybody definitely follow Monster Den Minis, because looks like you got yourself some giveaways that are going to be happening next week. So yeah, Monster Den, if you want to throw again links to anything, stuff that you've been working on that's maybe on your Instas or something like that, feel free to pop that into the chat so people can see it. Thank you so much, Monster Den. That is appreciated. So yes, we've almost finished the Moria Fellowship. Yes, we've all 9. We're just got a little bit more to do on Gimli. We've got, well, here's our Gandalf right there again from our Moria Fellowship, and we've got, there's Boromir over here. Yeah, he's like, see, told you that I didn't help those hobbits over a cliff. And let's see, where's Frodo? He's like, oh, sure, that not like he didn't try. Hey, Green Fairy Studios, how you doing? Now, here, let's take a little look-see at something here. So you got these cooler colors, right? Everything grayed down on this side. Everything here is warmer and more saturated. Well, especially since we're early in this, why don't we do this? We'll take away all that color. All of a sudden, you're like, wow, that doesn't look any different. This side to this side pretty much looks the same. Well, that is until we do this and bring back that color. So this is the intensity of those colors, the brightness of the oranges. And our golds up here, we're actually going to be making sure we have some greens in those golds. So again, that's going to contrast even more with all of the fiery stuff that we have going on down here. Green Fairy, that sounds really good. And again, hopefully everybody has not had to deal, at least not too much, with all of the crazy weather and stuff that's been going on. Because, my goodness, what the heck is, what is going on around here? All right, here, let's get a little bit more of our, oh, yeah, we probably need some more of our orange over there too. Yeah, let's just do that too. Let's see. Yeah, pun expected. There's, I know that there's people that have had no power for 30 some odd hours, and that's not even, the folks that really, really, really were smashed by it and stuff. So yeah, again, hopefully all the folks in the chat are safe and sound as much as can be. Anyways, I think I will throw a little bit more of my orange in there. I'm not sure you can see that because, well, you got these big old wings in the way, right? So, and we're still working with the orange here. We really haven't thrown much in with the yellow just yet. Let's see, 11 hours for Ra and Fiona without the base. I wonder, oh gosh, actually there was another one of the Egyptian themed Clay Cyanide figures that I think maybe it was Fiona. I think maybe I tried printing her base actually with this base right here because I had some space on the build plate. There wasn't enough for his stupid giant wings, but there was room for her base on there. Let's see. So Yeah, this was, I forget if this was maybe like the December, January, February Monster Mini Mayhem from last year, because I forgot that I think I signed up for Monster Mini Mayhem maybe in January or something like that. So this might have been some of the very first files of theirs, but it is a Monster Mini Mayhem. Thanks, Velfera. It just, their stuff is always a bit more on the spindly side. So I thought maybe that's why it was theirs. I couldn't be sure, but thanks for looking that up. So is that the oh gosh, the loyalty pledge, not the loyalty pledge, the loyalty reward one from Archvillain Lamines? And she's basically got like almost some kind of an ice drake or something like that that's part of that massive base structure. I mean, I could be wrong, but isn't that what the Fiona from Archvillain? Was that like what, the 6-month loyalty reward or something? Oh, okay, it's one of the demons from Speak of the. All right, so sorry. Oh, I'm spacing on the name there, Lamines. Sorry, yeah. Unless it's going to be something from Lord of the Rings or something really obvious from 40K or whatever. I don't do very well with miniature names. To me, they're all just gobbledygook. So I apologize for that. And I know that you and I have already like talked about it back and forth probably what, a dozen times, and I've forgotten about it a dozen times. Yeah, Valfera, I think there was like you say, there's what you say, there was 3 of them, and then of course there was the little ice doggies. And then there was a not so little ice doggy. I know I have some of those printed up. So you might be seeing some of those. I think I even have some of the little infantry guys. Noah's printed some of the archvillain. Yeah, no, I really do enjoy the archvillain. We've done what, 3 of the Daughters of Sekhmet so far. That was actually the first one, and here's the third one right here. Really enjoyed doing those, and right now we're actually doing an army painting series on the Red Rain, or is it Blood Rain? I think it's Blood Rain or Red Rain or something like that. We've done a few of these guys. I have to actually print out more of the Bat Riders because I really enjoy the heck out of those. Yeah, thanks, Lamines. Because now was that?
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
So thank you so much for the follow. That is M. Leffert. Thank you so much. He's like, oh, Ganja's really in trouble now, and so are my arms because it's another Balrog. He's like, who is this? Who's this Balrog he keeps talking about? Oh, wait a minute. Is that Benny? Is that who he's talking about? I think that's what he might be talking about. Who the heck is Benny? That would be Benny the Balrog. Where the heck did he go? He's around here somewhere. Whoops, I think we already passed him up. Yeah, that would be Benny the Balrog. There he is. That's who, because Gandalf is all freaked out because the Balrog ripped off his arms. Yeah, that happened here. Oh yeah, here he is. The not Black Templar, right? No Black was harmed in the filming of this. And this is our, I think right now this is one of our latest Patreon videos right now. Yeah, oh, actually that's a good idea to have Jack out here because of his colors and stuff. So I am actually going to try and get up there and grab him if I can. Yeah, here he is. So because we're going to be doing a lot of these golds right here. So it's like the golds, it's on his big old necklace thing or whatever. His armor, not really armor, is it? But we're going to be doing a lot of golds. It says, yep, that's my name. Jack is my name. Thank you so much, Seapots. I appreciate that. Here, that's not really the safest place for him to reside there. Maybe that's a little bit better. So thank you so much for that follow, Seapots. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it too. So yeah, I know I think that's about the safest emotes that I can make, right? As far as getting them approved and not having to worry about those getting bounced by Twitch or whatever. Hey Twitcher, how you doing? I hope that well, you didn't have to deal with any crazy weather stuff today. Now, speaking of Space Marines and Imperial Fists, I really, 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 really wish that I had the oils back when I had to do this stuff right here. Again, this is the old Imperial Fist stuff, and I would have done the entire things in oil. Like this whole, I had to do two of these things. We're not just talking about weathering or anything like that with the oils. I would have painted the whole darn thing. And these guys, and all that was just dozens and dozens of these, and then I had several vehicles to do. That was basically a scratch sculpt that someone made that I had to paint there. So that was an old Imperial Fist. Now here's the new. This is one of our another one of my chapter studies videos for the Patreon page right here, and this was really, really so much easier doing this with the Indian yellow, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, and especially some of the asphaltum, maybe even brown matter. It took seconds to get this yellow, not just shaded, and of course it covers very easily because oils are nice and opaque, especially the light colors, right? Uh, Geez, Nessie, I haven't seen. You're gonna have to send me a pic of the new Imperial Fist. Heck, I'm still on the Black Templars, right? Wasn't it just in the last month or so, right, that they were teasing all the Black Templar stuff and the new Emperor's Champion and all that? I don't think I've seen it, Nessie. I'm gonna have to try and look for that, see if I can find it. Hey, Render Dead, nice to see you again. Pun expected. I'm always just a little bit paranoid because several of my emotes when I was first making them, they got refused, including one for the one true brush. Seriously, it was a picture of this brush, and below it said one true brush. That's it. That was the extent of the emote, and that they wouldn't allow that one. So ever since then, I've kind of been a little bit paranoid about what they allow for the emotes. But yeah, I think Grim, if you could shoot me a reminder for that. I mean, I know I have to do it. They're just, well, haven't had a chance. And of course, I think Twitch is being twitchy where it wants me to like do all the. I probably have to do the two authentication or whatever to get to like my actual stuff because it just makes you do that every so often for no stupid reason. I never logged out, but it's treating me like I logged out. Send it to your. Okay. Also, it's a Blood Angel and Imperial Fist. Okay, thanks, Nessie. I appreciate that, of course. Here, Rich, again, just trying to get a couple of our lighter colors down there. Then we're going to come back in with some darks too. You must have dark to show the light. Let's see if we can't get a little bit of that light here. Then we'll have to come back in with our darks and start cutting in some nice little shapes there. The Landrest, it's you have no choice. Yeah, with Twitch, you got no choice. Actually, pretty much these days with everything, right? Landrest, you got no. They won't let you do anything unless you use the two-factor. It's just what's annoying is that I've never logged out of it, but yet I went to go look at the analytics today, and it's like, oh, you have to actually log in again to do that. I'm like, I never logged out. You, yeah, and I might have said a strong metaphor. So yeah, that was definitely annoying, especially since after, what was it, a couple of months ago, I had to change all the stupid passwords, so I don't remember what they are, which means now I have to go find the passwords. Pun expected, I've had the ones that I did of these guys all got approved instantly, like instantaneously, but it was weird. It's just, and other people have had it too. Sometimes they will just all of a sudden go, nope, you can't have that one. So yeah, there was some spicy tart words that were said when all I wanted to do was just, and it was the first time like in several weeks that I even was going to even try and look at that, and it let me look at like the parts I didn't care about. But it's like, oh yeah, so you're going to do that right after having me change all the passwords so I don't remember what they are. Hey avocado kids, how you doing? If everybody could please give avocado kids a follow, well, that would be sensational. So avocado kids, I hope that you're doing good. Well, I'm guessing that up there you didn't have to quite worry about all of the weird weather stuff that happened over the last day and a half or so. So avocado kids, you've been gosh, what is the game that you're streaming again? Again, the last video game I played was Civ, and that was how many years ago? That was 2013. So yeah, I haven't played a computer game in 8 years, closer to 9. Thank you so much, Grundy. So Avocado Kids playing No Man's Sky. So if you want to see Avocado Kids playing No Man's Sky and somehow playing a harmonica the entire time at the same time, it's like, wow, it's a miracle. It's like, how in the world can somebody play the harmonica and play No Man's Sky all at the same time for several hours? Well, Avocado Kids, I'm not sure if you saw, but we have hobbits now. Yes, we have hobbits. And some of those hobbits have been, shall we say, dropping the dad jokes there. So Avocado Kids, nice to see you again. I hope that things are going well with the season and everything. Let's see. So that was Civ 5. That's what I said. Civ 5. That is the last time I was able to play any kind of a computer game. And I'm pretty sure that is the last one I will ever be able to play. Especially given the fact that the computers are all busy doing other things. There is no way we'll be doing computer games with the other stuff that were, even if I had time to play them, all of the computers are otherwise, shall we say, occupied. So yeah, computer games not gonna happen. And well, don't have anything to play. Just I never had a PlayStation or anything like that. So that's also in the category of nope, not gonna happen. Never actually even used one of those. I think we're all caught up here. Yeah, I think we're all caught up. Yeah, the computers are either editing, rendering, uploading, streaming, whatever. They're kind of busy, so there won't be any game playing. Still got to try and get some of the greens there into our golds. I'm going to try and make that transition a little bit more. And then we'll come back and we'll hit that more with our blending brush, but that's going to be later. Let's see. Yeah, Avocado Kids. And of course, if I had, you know, Avocado Kids, you know, if I had time, what I would be, it would be terrain time, wouldn't it? Yes, it would be. If there was 2 extra hours in a day or something like that, that would be 2 hours spent making terrain. Because terrain is that's the thing, man, right? Making the terrain. Absolutely miss making terrain. I have not had a chance to do anything with terrain in months. Let's see. Yeah, Grim. I have never. That is that is one of those things that even if I had time, it's not something I would be able to play. There's way too much stuff going on at once. That's why I could kind of deal with the Civ stuff because at least it was a little mellow. Now we're starting to get some of this green in here. Where's the there it is. There's the radiant lemon, some of the perline black here. I need something that's was that turn-based or whatever instead of like, oh my gosh, everything's happening at once. Yeah, that's not in the relaxing category for me. Not Grim. So was that one of the first forays from big acrylic trying to take away our fun by trying to do that unholy alliance with GW and make the contrast paint because they thought that could thwart us and the expansion of the Linseed Brotherhood? So March getting back into terrain and harmonicas. Well, that would be sensational, Avocado Kids. Is there any particular project that you're kind of thinking for the first one back, or are you just gonna start it slow, start it real slow, and just ease back into it, just doing some simple things? Painted some images of contrast over the last few weeks. Oh yeah, what can Landrest? What was the picture you sent me? It was kind of. What was the caption that you used? Wow, he's like their contrast something, which was very entertaining, of course. All right, I'm going to try and get some of just the lighter colors here on Horus's face if I can, because usually on your Falcon Horus faces you got some lighter colors there. So Chapman, I think the Radiant Lemon, not a bad choice because it works well with so many things. You can kind of use that if you're thinking about doing stuff with gold. Maybe not so much with skin tone, like it's not like the Brilliant Yellow Pale, but I think you can do well with the turquoise and the lemon, those two for sure. And I would say the Radiant Green because that's actually good for doing some of my non-metallic metal greens. So if you just, let's say you just want three of them, I think those would, if you said you can only have three, those would be the three that I would claim. I have a landscape that started in February that will be getting worked on. Okay, that's really cool. I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, the terrain that I've got to start making is especially Moria. That's probably one of the more high priorities is making Moria terrain. And then from there, I would actually like to maybe do some desert type terrain, some Harad type stuff. All right, where is... yeah, we'll grab this. Might need to throw some more black spin out there. Right now, I'm just going to go with the... this is the Van Dyke Brown here. It was just a little too much fiery stuff right there. Just going to tone that down a little bit. And we're going to welcome in a bad welder, a new little hobbit. We're going to say hello to our newest little hobbit. So is Gandalf, if we can find Gandalf over here. Where did he go? There he is. He's like, yeah, you shall not pass. He's like, oh, so are you going to make fun of my smoke rings like the other guy did? It's like, you do smoke rings? It's like, well, yeah. Is that what I smell? Yeah. So thank you very much for that follow. That is appreciated. And since it's time for Velfera to turn into the proverbial pumpkin, and thank you so much for the bits there, Velfera, because, well, you know we're going to do our quickie little film noir. So take a look at what we got here. I'm also going to get rid of some of these things because I forgot we were zoomed out. So take a look at what this looks like now versus this. And let's see what happens when we do our film noir. Let's take away all that color, see what we end up with. I think now, Velfira, that we've got some more of the shading going. I think you're seeing, yeah, you're definitely seeing a little more difference there now that we've got more of the shading happening, but still nowhere near as much, right? Well, let's bring back a little bit of our color intensity here. So yeah, you just don't get quite the same. It's not as different as it was before. So that's kind of neat. We'll also have to get some of the some lighter colors onto his clothes right there too. All right. Well, so again, everybody, please check out Avocado Kids and Velfira. Yeah, I'm hoping that we can maybe paint this thing up on Monday here and do lots of, well, there'll be lots of radiant colors on it. I was actually thinking about doing this as a painting video, but then I realized I wanted to do that orc skin video. So we're going to be taking, we'll use this smaller archvillain figure here. And where'd she go? There she is. We're going to try and execute that skin tone. Actually, this is on, I think, the YouTube channel. Probably try and do that freehand stuff too. Yeah. I mean, obviously it'll be a little different being smaller, but yeah, actually this video, doing all the leaves and the vines, that's actually on the YouTube channel. Yeah, and I think we painted the base on stream too. Yeah, we painted her and the base on stream. Well, Green Fairy Studio, I mean, well, we'll be there in Wappelville, so no matter what, between even if it's just Armored Wolf and I, the Linseed Brotherhood will be represented at Adepticon for sure. So of course, we certainly would love more of the Linseed Brotherhood to appear at Adepticon. Of course, that would be sensational. Here, let's start to get some light on the other side of this here. Where there's my blending brush. It's like, wait a minute, did I just lose track of my blending brush there? Yeah, it's just a junky old craft brush, but it is on the softer side, so helps with some of the blending there. Grundy will be there. Now I do have those classes that I have to do. And did they ever do the web cart thing or whatever for Adepticon yet? Or I don't even know. I have no idea if they've even done the web cart stuff yet. Well, I guess there's the answer provided by Green Fairy. I thought for sure they were doing that in December, but maybe they're doing that after Christmas. That is something that usually gets done in November or October even. So, and it's been 2 years, of course, since there was the Adepticon, so I'm a little bit trying to recall when they used to do things, but I think it's still all going to be kind of different now. So we're starting to get into some of our lightest highlights there. Wow, January 11th? Holy smokes. Okay. Because the last I heard from them, it was supposed to be December. And those are just some internal things that go around, so I hadn't seen anything since then. But then we're always the last to know pretty much about everything, so I'm always never surprised that I'm surprised. Okay, so I'm not losing my mind then. There in previous years, early November, because I remember being up in Minnesota, I think for Thanksgiving, having to try and register at Kathy's mom and dad's house, getting bounced out of all the queues and everything. Yeah, that was no fun. That was no fun at all. Let's see if I can't lighten up a little bit more along some of these edges here. Yeah, Green Fairy, I think there was definitely a month where it was November, because again, I remember doing that up north, but I think even before that it was like October. I think that was more the normal time. Then it got pushed back to November. Well, then it just went away for a couple of years. And, well, we'll see what happens now. So I was not able to change the classes that I had. We're pretty much stuck with what we were supposed to be doing 2 years ago. And needless to say, things have changed just slightly in the last couple of years. I might change do a stealth change. Maybe making the metals, the true metallic metals class, maybe actually have that be oils instead of acrylics. I don't know yet. It kind of depends. Oh yeah, the packs. Oh geez, yeah, that's right. Wow, there's a whole bunch of little separate things going on right here. My goodness. Just trying to get a couple of highlights on the top of this, and also some edges as well. Now, the downside is that's only a 2-hour class, but then I thought, where the heck did he go? Something like this just might be an interesting, I mean, it shouldn't take very long, right? And it would mostly involve things like interference blue, so maybe kind of something simpler like this, and then this is your more of your rusted metal type of a deal there. And what I'm probably going to do for all of, and this was actually what I was going to do for the old classes, is have a USB drive with and hey, guess what? What was I not able to do in 2020? Print out the class miniatures. What can I do now? I can print out the class miniatures. And since I can print out the class miniatures, it means that I can do a painting video on that miniature and put it on a USB drive, and then everybody in the class can have that. So in case there was something that maybe you missed or whatever during the class, well, you just grab the handy dandy little USB drive and you can basically watch the class as many times as you want. Hey, Chibi Vamp, nice to see you again. So this is from Clay Cyanide Miniatures. It is an STL file. Actually, if you go back to the last couple episodes, you can see what this looked like when he was still just a smoky black resin. So this is what we'll be painting up on Monday. This is from Monster Mini Mayhem. And this is that's the 4th Clay Cyanide figure. So here was the first. This was the first one. Of course, now that I know how big this thing is, I would hollow that out. I just didn't realize how big that was. And then here was our second one right here. That was this one. You can see just how much bigger this guy is. And the third one, well, that one still kind of on the wet side in a few places, so we're just going to leave that where it is. So Chapman, well, you can Chapman, you can bring the extra ones into the class, and then you can show your oil painting prowess by painting not just the one that I gave to you, but you can be painting yours too, the one you printed out, and then you can stun and amaze people, right, by painting not one but 2 figures in the same class. Yeah, you will stun and impress your friends and neighbors. Where's my blending brush? That just went flying out of my hands there. I'm just trying to get a little bit of light back there now. Yeah, that's it is I do love doing that. Let's see. Yeah, Green Fairy, that's happened in some of the, that's definitely happened in some of the recordings where literally the brush just goes flying. I've had miniatures go flying. There's been some really strange stuff that's happened. Well, that was way more than we needed. Oh, look at that. Look at that. All we had to do was just wipe that away. That's it. Yeah, Chibi Vamp, these were some commission figures that someone asked for. I'd never actually heard of Clay Cyanide before until they asked me about these commission figures. Actually, oh wow, Lamines, I'm pretty sure that you and I probably asked you about it already. Do you have the White Wolf Tavern miniatures? Because there was some in the December set that, I mean, I don't know, I don't know if I'll be able to get those because I'm sure the Twitch income will not be back where it was because in November. But they're December ones just for whatever reason. There was a couple in there that I thought could be very interesting for, well, either for videos or even just for some live sessions there. Possibly printing those out in the 70-ish millimeter scale because I'm assuming that all the White Wolf Tavern stuff is just 30 millimeter scale from the start, right? Now, thanks, Avocado Kids. Actually, people have been asking for quite a while because I'd done a whole bunch of the weathering type stuff on non-metallic metal, but people they wanted to see it on some true metallic metal. And I thought when I did that basing video, I thought, you know what, this would be the perfect opportunity. But Avocado Kids, this speaking of 3D printing, the nice thing is, if I want to, I can print up as many of those horsies as I want, and then we could do those in non-metallic metal too, which would be very fun to see the two kind of side by side. So they do 32 and 75. So Chapman, is it kind of like Loot Studios then? And I guess the next question is, do they hollow it out and stuff like Loot Studios does? I mean, it's not like like I said, I had to hollow out this base myself and all that, but it's one thing to hollow out a base, and it's another thing to figure out, okay, where do I hide the other hole, right? Oh, actually, this is a fun question here, and nobody that doesn't, or anybody that doesn't 3D print will not understand it. So when people, when they do the hollowing on their miniatures, do they ever save the piece? Because I know that's a setting you can do. I personally have not done that yet. I was just wondering if anybody's done it and is it worth it? Anywhere from 40 to 110. Okay, it's always kind of hard to tell, right, Lamines, sometimes, because they'll just show a whole bunch of miniatures all next to each other, and some look gigantic and some look really tiny. But they're not always clear that, yeah, that's all just, we shrank those down just to be able to fit them all on one page. Yep, Chibi, I haven't done that yet. I just wasn't sure if it's worth it or if there's too much distortion with it. Or if it just, because I just green stuff it if I have to. I just wasn't sure if anybody in the chat actually saves that little divot or not. Because I saw the setting in Chirubox, and I was like, I wonder if anybody actually tries to save that. So Chapman is that's kind of the direction I was going. Chapman is just it's probably easier just to. I do a lot of green stuff anyways, so it might just be easier to fill it with the green stuff. I mean, not necessarily, but what the heck. If I wasn't doing green stuff practically every day, it would be different. All right, I'm going to have to probably darken that down a little bit more too. Here and there. So Chibi, with some of the Loot Studios figures, it's not always, well, here, where's one of them here? Yeah, this is one. So this is one of the Loot Studios figures. Now, I think, oh yeah, so they were able to hide one of the holes right there. And let's see. Oh, nope, see, there's another one right there on the back. So that one's going to need that's going to need some green stuff in there. I mean, generally, they're they're hard to find even in the first place, but they'll be there somewhere. Green Fairy's heard a couple people save it to put it back in. Yeah, see, Green Fairy, that's, like we've been talking about with the 405 light and, well, like this one here, maybe filling in some, instead of just the green stuff, or instead of green stuff, well, I needed the green stuff at least just to hold that there in place, right? So it wasn't moving around because no, sorry, not Great Grimoire, but this stuff, the Clay Cyanide figs don't necessarily fit together very well. It's just something that I've noticed. Other other companies, their multi-piece stuff fits together really, really, really well. Yeah, Chibi, this one was easy, right? Because I could just put the holes in the bottom of the base. And some of the other ones I've done, you just, like you say, where there's the connection points, you just put the holes there. But like this one right here, if I was going to make this thing hollow, well, okay, I'd maybe hollow it down there, but that still means I'm going to have to fill that with something. So yeah, there was no way of getting around it without having a hole to fill somewhere. And I just realized I want to get me a little bit more of my darker color down there, especially since that's probably in shadow, or getting a shadow cast onto it by the leg. Yeah, I think, boy, Dano's not in the chat right now, I don't think. I know Dano was printing out that giant, the Mumakil from Kurzlook, and I think he said there was some warpage on that one because those pieces are gigantic, and he printed those hollow. But that was why we were thinking about, especially like for him, basically taking the resin there, brushing that in, whatever, and then using the 405 to insta-cure it right away and use that as a gap filler. Yeah, Luminous, there's definitely places where I prefer to have the holes be set up, because it's just, well, there's also just the joy of making a fountain out of it, right? Because you got water going in through the one hole, and then, once the pressure gets there, all of a sudden the water goes shooting out the other hole, and your miniature now has become a lovely little fountain. And of course, it's like a kid playing with his toys in the tub, just always having fun. Let's see. Yeah, Green Fairy, that's why I like to do that. I mean, there's the entertainment value, but if you got a geyser of water shooting out the other hole, that pretty much means that you're getting out, you're cleaning that thing out pretty good too. But you all heard the story of the friend of mine who started printing, and he didn't realize that you needed to have drain holes. He just hollowed it, and just for fortune, or for, what is that? It was very fortuitous that I called him, because he had called me earlier in the day, and he was talking about a hollowed out print. And I said, so did you put the holes in there? And he says, what do you mean holes? And I said, did you put drain holes in there? You got to have two of them. And he said, no, I didn't do that. I said, well, uh, first check to see if it's hollow, and he shook the thing, and you could hear the stuff rattle, sloshing around in there. I said, yeah, you might want to take a pin vise and start drilling some holes in that. So Snow Treasure is putting to rest some green stuff that has been a loyal servant for a while, I suppose. So yeah, again, I've hollowed out a ton of things and just really have not had that kind of issue happen. Or, well, I haven't hollowed out a ton of things, but I have printed out several hollow prints anyways. So yeah, the strategery of placing those holes where the A can't be seen, where B they won't change the structure, because if you put those on the contact points, well, now you just have less things to make contact with. So that is one thing to also consider. So now we're just starting to see, we can start to play around with starting to put some edges on a few things here. Right, it's not like this is going to be dry anytime soon, but it's starting to be a little bit more what we call set. Snow Charger, I'm pretty sure that I might be working with some grain stuff that's got to be, wow, from about 2007, 2008. Because we have been given a bunch of it as prize support. The old Adepticon Rogue Demon. Yes, the old Rogue Demon at Adepticon. Speaking of Adepticon, and rest in peace, that would be the Rogue
Hello,
Demon.
little hobbits. Spark my guns.
And thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. That is Valentine Prime. So Valentine Prime, how are you doing? And thank you so much for that. I would give you a little bit of a Gandalf greeting, but we kind of got our hands full right now. But that is appreciated. I hope that you're doing well on this. Well, it's Sunday evening here. It could be Monday morning in a few places for some of our, well, for sure, our friends in Australia, definitely. They just printed a huge airstrip or airship and put it all together and cured it outside. Yeah,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my guns.
So back in the day, I used to try and cure things with sunlight before I knew that it was just better to get one of those cheap little $10 things and use that. Hello, little hobbits. Oh my, that is no hobbit. That's a Balrog. It's like, dude, Egypt. Name's Horus, not a Balrog. I know. Oh, I heard from that guy. It's like, what? You heard from Benny? It's like, yeah, he's gonna rip your arms off again. It's like, oh come on, man! I just got these Iluvatar. Order me another set of arms. So thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. Yeah, let's get you back over there. We're just trying to throw in a little bit of blues here, something to get some different colors besides only the gold and only the red. There we are. We'll do the same over here too. Some of these. That may look light. That is definitely not light. Can go way lighter than that. You know what? I'm just projecting this up here. It really doesn't necessarily, the red doesn't get all the way up there. So I can at least get a hint of the blue on that. All right, let's, this is some more of that radiant turquoise here. I'm going to thin it down some because I think with what we've done already, I think we need it to be thinner. Yep, sure enough. The thin paint sticks to the thicker paint and vice versa, right? Oh, thanks, Megan. I appreciate that. So Megan just posted the link to the Patreon page. And again, you do the Patreon, you do that $15 Army Painter pledge. Well, speaking of going all the way back to 2013, that is, you're getting videos that go that far back. You are getting almost 1,000 hours worth of videos, everything I've ever filmed since 2013. And of course, we add somewhere about 20 to 24 hours of new videos every single month. This is one of our latest videos right here. We just finished up an army painting series also. And actually, over the next couple of days, I will be filming 2 more videos. So thanks, Grumdy. I appreciate the and actually, oh yeah, Grumdy, you should post post again stuff that you've done, because it's always really fun for people to see what people have done with the oils. And of course, the Patreon videos aren't just oil painting. There's plenty of acrylics there. There's acrylics, there's terrain, there's basing, object source lighting. Here's another one of our most recent ones where we were doing the true metallic metals and oils, but also doing the darkened, rusted, corroded steel, and then the shiny stuff. Constantly trying to experiment, find new things. There's really no point in doing the same video over and over again, just with a different subject matter. So we're always trying to find new things. Yep, Nessie, every first video of an army painting series is a basing video. And then the second one is going to be the color test figure. Sometimes those take a little different form than others, depending on, well, what it is that we're painting. And then you start getting into the rest of the unit. Now that we're starting to add stuff like the monsters as part of some of the, well, at least the small to mid-range monsters as part of the army painting series, it's changing things up a little bit. I wish I had the owl bear up here, but this is this is series 29, and this is actually part of the army painting series. This whole thing was painted in about a 2-hour episode, maybe 2 hour 5 minutes, something like that. Hey, there's Armored Wolf. No problem, Armored Wolf. I was telling people that, I was very late sending you a message. So I told him it's not like Armored Wolf knew when I was going to be doing this, because I didn't know myself, because I wasn't really sure. So yeah, Nessie, the next series, it's probably going to be another set of either Archvillain or was it Artisan Guild figures? It's just all of my printing got delayed with what happened in November. And then actually, Nessie, I think you heard that the printer killed itself. It just destroyed itself. So yeah, I had to get a new printer. And that's when I found out that not all printers are the same. At least not maybe if they send you a pre-production model and the one that you get is now an actual real one. There's a difference, it turns out. Yeah. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, Nessie, I think you remember the video that I was talking about where it's all the things I wish I knew about 3D printing before I started. Yeah, that video, at first it was going to be like maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes long. It's now about 17 hours long, and it's going to be 12 parts. Yeah, because I think I just added about an hour and a half of, it's just going to be an hour and a half of swearing, actually. So yeah, instead of a basing video, the first episode and all the things I needed to know or wish I knew about 3D printing is just going to be like 2 hours of me just swearing. That's what it's going to be. Unintelligible swearing. So it should be safe to listen to at work because they won't be able to translate it. And, oh, hey, Thor. So Megan just posted the link to Armored Wolf's Etsy page, and everybody should definitely go check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page, the bestest moderator on all of Twitch. Thanks, Megan, for doing that. That is appreciated. Laminus, I unfortunately didn't get a chance to do that. The package was delayed by almost 3 days, and stuff just had to be printed. There was no waiting for it anymore. And I guess the other thing, Laminus, is that, given how tight the screws were on the other one, I don't actually have a screwdriver anyway because it destroyed it. So that was the other reason I didn't do that. I just realized, wait a minute, that destroyed the Allen wrench. So I don't even have an Allen wrench that's going to work on the printer. So I have to get another one of those. And I just said, okay, the heck with this. But Lamines, you will be pleased to know that after every print, I would do, a little bit of a scoop in the vat just to make sure there was nothing sitting in there. And I'd only done, just a handful of prints already. And then today I said, nope, I think there's something in there. It was a tiny, tiny, tiny little speck of something. But in the past, I might have just said, I don't think there's really much there. This time I emptied it out, and I spent like 10 minutes just trying to dig that one stupid piece out. But I just wasn't taking a chance with that. So yes, that's we are reformed. We're not taking any more chances with stuff like that. Oh, also the other thing we're not doing is we're not just letting that be a mid-tone there. See, we went light, then dark, and then light again. Yeah, Grumdy, I bet you that would be like my most popular YouTube video of all time is me just ranting and raving about, bleeping fep and blankety blank vat and this and that, Allen wrench and Z-axis, and other tart words. Yep, Lamines, that's what I was telling you about. That was several days late, and then I realized I didn't have the screwdriver to actually try and mess with those screws anyway, and printing had to get done. So that's probably going to have to wait until I get back from Minnesota. I wish I could have done it sooner rather than later, but that's why I'm trying to be extra cautious and not taking any chances. So yeah, Lamines, again, I wish I could have put that screen protector on there, but still don't have the wrenches to do that. And I'm not even convinced that, well, maybe these won't be so tight like the other ones were. Sorry, Lamines. No, actually, sorry, Lamines. Again, fatigue is really getting to me here. Uh, that that did arrive late. But I do have the tape. I have the tape and I have the screen protector. I will try and do that when we get back because I can only print so many things before I have to leave anyways. And when I get back, I'm gonna have to. I'm not just gonna let that stuff sit in the vat for several days while we're gone. So sorry about that, Lamines. Just unfortunately super distracted right now. It's been a very up-tempo, stressful some weeks here, so I apologize if I spaced on that. At least I have it. Yeah, Grumdy. Oh boy, and of course, thanks to Nixel, we have the gutter stuff that I have to go up there and put up there. Yeah, so there's that waiting for me. Thank you so much, Mishap Damage. I appreciate that. That's something that's also going to have to wait till we get back, which is not at all what I wanted to have happen. I wanted to be doing that now. Oh, yeah, sorry, Lemon S. I was like, wait a minute, because I knew that as you're saying that, I'm like, wait a minute. Luminous is that's not quite the same thing. Luminous. Oh wait, yeah, the screen protector. I think because both of those tragedies happened at the same time, they just kind of became melded into my head. Which, well, as you can see, that's very easy. Yes. So thank you so much, Mishap Damage. I appreciate that. That is very. Oh, actually, let's use some of this Radiant Violet here. Just why not start using this in a couple of plays? We like having violets in our gold. There we are. Yeah. So Mishap Damage. I'm hoping to. I think I'm going to try and do it over the winter time here, but the Karakalila bust, trying to paint that with the interference paints and the fluorescent paint, all the stuff that we have, the pearlescent stuff, all the paints that I didn't have when I painted the first one. I think I'm going to try and give that one a shot, but what I was thinking of doing was maybe streaming that with the phone, since I have to get a new phone because in a matter of weeks now, my phone becomes a piece of junk, which is just extra fun. And since that's so huge, I thought that's the kind of thing that I want to just stream maybe on the phone, since Jinx is having a lot of success streaming on the phone. Now, I guess too, like if you're watching her on a computer, you can still see all of her overlays and stuff. So I'm like, wait a minute, okay. If you're watching on the phone, you can't, but if you're watching on a computer, you can still see all of her overlays. Not quite sure. I know she described what she was doing to have that happen, but here, just getting that's some of that magenta right here, because, you know, or no, sorry, some of the violet. I'm also going to get rid of some of these guys here because they're just getting in my way. Now, Landress not here for the overlay. I know some people, they get really snazzy with, oh, animations and stuff, right? Animations and overlays and all that. I tried messing around with that stuff early on, and I just said, nope, that is not a good time investment for me. Anyways, for someone else, they want to spend time on that, that's cool. For me, just had no interest in that. Yeah, oh, thanks, Landress. I figured that it would be well, that would let me do some of the bigger things like, well, even terrain. Ah, there they are. There's one of them. Because trying to squeeze, I mean, you remember what that was like, right, Landress? Trying to squeeze the terrain under here and some of the bigger stuff. I mean, this is pushing it right at the limit here, practically. Let's see. So here, this is the Karakalila bus that we're talking about. Well, it said 19.8 pounds, but I don't believe that. I still think this weighed about 700 pounds right here. Where is it? There it is. So that was 1/2 scale, but because of the carapace and stuff, that was basically the size of a human head right there. That thing was massive, but if you remember at the time, we only just had gotten the old fluorescent oil paints. That was the first time I pretty much used them. But Mishap Damage is kind of familiar. Mishap Damage is somewhat familiar with the old Karakalila bust. Well, Mishap Damage, that thing still so much reminds me of the shields on the Martian ships in the old War of the Worlds movie. Every time I look at that photo, that's all I can think of is the old War of the Worlds movie. And I'm pretty sure that's what they used. They used that and they shined lights on it or something like that, and that was how they did that effect. Well, actually, Chapman, if you I know what you mean. Actually, I'm sentient enough to know what you actually mean, but mischievous enough to say there'll be plenty of black dragons painted. And of course, we painted one of our dragon acolytes right here. But, we have a whole bunch of Easterling files now. Yeah, we're going to be printing those up. But it will be a whole lot easier to paint stuff like that, for sure. That was, talk about a struggle getting that thing on screen. But yeah, we'll be able to fit stuff like that, I believe, on screen a whole lot easier. Yeah, mishap damage. It would be really nice to have a painted one of those around here. Uh, I think I painted that in May or April of 2020. So outside of those couple of pictures, I mean, I don't want to say I've forgotten what it looks like, but it's been so long since I've seen that. It would be really nifty to have that again to see on just a regular basis. But well, thanks for sending me the pictures of that because it's always wild to see what those things look like in their new forever home. Well, we would definitely have a black dragon with no black. Uh, Actually, well, here it is. So it would be a black dragon painted all in this so that it would supposedly completely disappear. Actually, this stuff doesn't really work the way people say it's supposed to. It's different than any other black. That I will say. It is different than any other black, but it's not the invisible type of thing that people say that it is. I will never believe that. So she's always there in the background. So Nessie still has nightmares from that, still has the trauma when, I don't know, Armored Wolf, how long did I leave the stream on when I thought it was turned off? It was on for hours afterwards, or at least maybe 35 minutes to an hour or something like that. And it looked like she was just sleeping there, but any moment her eyes were just going to pop open and say something to you. See, Nessie swears that she opened her eyes. Actually, Mishap Damage has the Kara Kalila bust ever opened its eyes, like on one of those Zoom calls or something like that, and they're just looking at it like, what's that in the background? And all of a sudden her eyes open up. Yeah, because Armored Wolf, I remember I had actually gone to bed. I had to get out of bed to go turn the stream off because that was when I learned the hard way that, well, Streamlabs is poorly designed. Yes, that was one of those hard lessons. So we're going to try and get some of the lighter stuff on this side. We'll have to come back the other way and do some more shadows and such. I never have gotten the lightest lights down here. Let's do that now. We're really starting to build up our stuff here. So yeah, I think boy, mishap damage. If there was some way, speaking of overlays, if there was some way you could do an overlay over the top of that to make it look like to the people on the call that it opened up its eyes, that would be pretty sweet, I think. Yeah, that would probably traumatize some folks very seriously. There you go. Oh my goodness. Well, let's get a little bit more of our, yeah, brighter yellow. There's maybe some here, maybe some there, but now I'm gonna see if I can't put some of this down here and lighten some things up. Doing a little bit more here. So yeah, Landrest Laminess was putting the battery back up to the test on the printer there because of the 30 hours with no power. So for sure, we'll definitely have to get that battery back up on there. Let's see. Yeah, I don't. Oh yeah, yeah. We have the Baileys now. I'm gonna have to definitely when I have my hot chocolate later tonight, we're definitely gonna have to have some Baileys. There now we're starting to get some of our light in there. Actually, I'm gonna maybe also bring in some darker orange in a couple of places too. That should all just be fire right there. Yeah, technology and I. You think I'm joking about that eternal war between me and technology? A mutual war of annihilation, technology and me. Yeah, that's the two of us are sworn to kill each other. Here, where's my one of these guys? Blammo. There we go. Oh, there's some of that there too. Now, which is why I'm not going to be fooling around too much with the wings back there because, well, there's just too much of a chance of that happening over and over again. So there was a failure, but not due to losing the power. Well, that's a good testament right there, Luminous, but sorry that there was a failure on it. Hopefully, I don't know, are there different categories of failures? Like the catastrophic one where there's just nothing you can do with it? Or the failures where, well, at least I can do something with this part? I think we're all caught up there. Yeah, a little bit more this way. These things somehow did not get their lightest yellow yet. I think I was just waiting for that to set a little bit more. Yeah, probably that's what I was waiting for. Oh, wait, here we go. There. So are the horns of the smooth variety or the horns of the super textured variety? Because well, it's certainly easy enough to sculpt one of those really smooth horns. Gonna get me a little bit more of my lighter yellow again, especially down here where the firelight is the most concentrated. I was one of the Printomancer busts. Actually, was it one of this one or the Lilith bust or something? Because actually, this one is literally that's how it is. It's broken off. Now these, the other thing that would happen is like the chin would get wonky. They would that chin and that part of the face would just not print out very well. And I wasn't sure if you've run into that on some of the Printomancer busts where the face is really kind of pointed down and the chin is almost making contact with the chest. Hey, Happy Heretic, how you doing? Oh, well, Laminus, as soon as you mentioned that, because as I was painting that, every person that saw it said, "Did you break the horn, or did the horn not print?" And I said, "No, that's how it is." And I remember over and over again during that video, that particular episode or session, I had to keep telling people that nope, there is no horn there. It's not. There is nothing there. It's not broken. It's just not there. Now, Happy Heretic just starting a new campaign. Is it a new campaign because there was a TPK? because, we always ask for those all the time. Yeah, it's a special feature of the Printomancer busts. There was another one that had, again, I thought it was a misprint, but it actually wasn't. And then there was one where it turned out to, I think, maybe be a little bit of a misprint because I had gotten so used to things being, well, like not there that I thought normally should be. All right, Laminess. We'll see you back in a second. Okay, then I'm just going to try and get a little bit of light back here. Certainly not going to be any kind of flamey stuff because all of this most definitely blocking any sort of a flame that would reach to that or any kind of flame light. Speaking of light, see what we can do with this. Over there. A little there too. Where's my blending brush? We'll just use that to that blob that's right there along the end. We're just going to grab that and we're just going to pull that along this way. Can almost even start to think about a wee bit of brushstroke management, I think, like over here maybe. Yeah, a little brushstroke management right there. Yeah, Lamines, I took your advice, and what I've done is, well, I still have the heater in the area, the little space heater thing, but I'll take the heater and I'll warm up the resin to at least room temperature, maybe a little bit warmer there, and then start the print. And that, well, it seems to be doing really well. So yeah, that was something that I remember you saying that you just at least warm up the resin to room temperature. Now, there we go. That's a little. Now I can sort of see that there's a bit of a skelly friend there. Couldn't see that before. It was all just too light. Sometimes you must have dark to see the light. Actually, Landrast, the grow tent thing, has that ever gotten, shall we say, wet on the inside again? Because I know there was the one time it really got wet in there. I don't know if that's happened again since, or haven't had to really worry about that too much. But gee whiz, I remember you telling me about that, and I was just hoping that, man, I hope there's that printer is all good on inside there. Oh boy, yeah. Well, here's hoping it's high and dry in there. I know that. Well, you've been kind of busy there too, and also kind of away, having to cruise around to different places and such. That's what's missing here is to spread out that lighter orangey yellow just a little bit. There we go. Now the printer is inside, and the grow tent is the cleaning tent. Man, I still haven't actually opened that thing up yet. I mean, I still got it. It's still around. Just have not had a chance to open it and screw around with that. Alright, I'm just, I don't know if you can even see it, but I gotta get that lighter stuff in there. I knew this one was going to be a little bit tricksy, where there would be some parts of it, if I tried working on it, you just weren't going to be able to see it. Here we go. Let's see if we can get some of our, a little bit of an edge on that. This is actually more like a soft cloth here. Let's see if I can. I do have some phthalo green here. I might just put a little bit of that right over here. On a couple of these. Like that. Still going to try and get me some green here. Where I can. Again, it's a little bit hard for me to move this thing around because it essentially sticks to my hand because of all the blue tack. That is part accident, part on purpose. I didn't think it was going to stick that much, but because of the top-heavy nature of this thing, I wanted to have a little extra traction, we'll say. I'll put it that way. All right, I will turn this thing around and see if I can get some golds back there, maybe some other lighter colors. I know I have one more of these brushes sitting around here somewhere. Here, let's see if I can't throw a little bit of some hint of a yellow there. Got this little bit of the radiant violet there. Just trying to lighten up some parts of this. We've been doing this as basically a white cloth on all the other ones, so we'll keep that theme going here. Whoops, that's got too much of the green in there. Okay. And like I said, we'll come back in with our blending brush and hit those. You can see we're not doing any sort of layers, right? I'm just hitting them with this much lighter color. Now let's get this too and that. Just get some of the paint out of that. And we're going to try and take that mess and we're going to turn that into something that's a little bit more blended so you can see no layers, right? Hashtag no layers. We're just going to take that, smooth that stuff out, make it easy. So now it's at 25 Celsius, which I think it was at 22 degrees Celsius is 70 degrees or something. I still don't have a thermometer for that area, so I don't know exactly what the temperature is over there. I keep forgetting to get one of those things. All right, let's get a little bit of our lighter yellow up here. I just realized, looked at that, and it's like, oh yeah. I don't want to make that too late because then you'll really start to see where maybe the wings are supposed to be touching that. Again, it was where do you want the giant gap to be? Do you want it to be here, right up next to this thing, or do you want it to be on the outside parts of the wings there? I tried to just fill that in as best as I could with the green stuff. So 25 is 77 degrees. That is super toasty. Wow, there's no part of the house here that's 77 degrees. There's nothing that's 77 degrees here. Even the kitchen with the oven cooking something is probably not going to be 77 degrees here. But of course, if you're just isolating it all to one little area, you can sort of heat up one point. relatively well. All right, I'm just going to say that's good enough there. I think I can probably go a little lighter with my orangey yellow here on some parts of the base. Warmer is rigged up in the build chamber. Well, that's even handier there, Luminous. That's being very targeted for sure. There. So again, Grim, if you wanted to post the links to the Discord there, where people can talk about the oils. And I actually mishap damage if you got any projects that you've been working on, and Queeze, if you wanted to throw. I know I just saw your new Insta post. I'm pretty sure it was earlier today. You want to throw some of your Insta posts there of some of the marines you've been working on? That would be great. What is going on with this right here? See, I like this idea here of not just the one light source, but some multiple light sources. It'll just, like these little, here, there's another one there. Whoop, come on. There. Because there's we three skulls. There's three of them there. So maybe those should get some kind of reflection out of that. Yeah, Queeze, I just remembered. It's like, wait a minute, I think Queeze posted some new pictures of things. And we'll get a couple of extra lights on this. It is metal after all, so it kind of needs to be there. Just working on easy tabletop cars from Carwood. Missed half damage. Wow, that's I know there was some folks because they were gonna do a big Car Wars thing at Adepticon. There was a whole bunch of people really going nuts on the Car Wars stuff. Every day you were seeing some wilder and wilder creations with the Car Wars stuff. And there's what Queeze has posted. And of course, Megan, if you want to post your fabulous, super fantastic Alfred Hitchcock diorama and all the other stuff too, go ahead. Ooh, I think that should probably get, again, a little bit more of the light hitting that edge too. Where's my something that I can use as a blending brush here? All right, Megan's got news. Megan has some news. It's about to be a big reveal. Megan, it won the contest. Well, there we go. So, geez, Megan. Well, now you have to. Yeah, Megan, you have to. If Alfred won the contest, if Alfredo won there, you have to put the picture. So again, this is the Alfred Hitchcock diorama. And talk about shades of gray. You should really go check this out because you'll see what shades of gray can do that aren't just gray, that gray that has color to it. So everybody go check that out when Megan posts the link in there. There it is. So go check that out. And that was victorious. So didn't I say Megan? Oh, so sorry. There we go. It's all I'm trying to do there is just soften some edges here. Yeah, that's what we call that brushstroke maintenance. I know there's times where it's going to get a little bit hidden. And I do apologize for that. He's a little bulky, as you might say, with these big old wings. So congratulations to Megan there. And I think I believe that was my prediction, was that particular result. Never trust my predictions though, because I'm just as likely, if not more likely, to jinx you than anything else. So, yeah, you probably don't want my prediction, especially if anything that you've done is involved with it. All right, just getting the paint out of that brush. Gonna do a little bit more blending with that too. Sarge still in the house. Just gonna do a little bit of stippling there, take some of that away, and I think that I might have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to do some light under here too, because we got these sort of reflective surfaces. You got metal, you got the gemstone and such. So we're just trying to, again, sharpen some things up with a couple edges here. Maybe even some reflected light there too. All right, Noah, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate that. And what I'm hoping to do is to be painting this tomorrow. So it's gonna be a little less fiery than this, that's for sure. So this is a Monster Mini Mayhem figure that I printed out a while ago, and I just was kind of hunting around for things that I knew I had printed out that I might be able to prep quickly. Sarge assembling a Storm Drake. Boy, what was it that was assembling? Oh yeah. Was it the Ossiarchs? That was the last thing that I assembled with some plat. No, it was the Witch King. That's right. It was the Witch King. Yeah, it was kind of wild using plastic glue again. But it had been a long time since I used that stuff. So this is the latest YouTube video, by the way. And it does show very quickly how we sculpted the flames on there. Super easy. And then we did the object source lighting effect. So yeah, that's the Witch King right there. Yeah, so Noah, typically Monday stream would start something like a 7. Well, lately it's been 7:30. I would prefer it to be earlier than that, but I just have a feeling that it's going to have to be 7 or 7:30 again tomorrow. Kind of would like the earlier start, but we'll see. I think it's probably going to have to be more, like I said, more like 7:30. All right, this also needs some edges redefined on it. Maybe even some of the dark up here. You can see we're kind of doing a little bit of a stippling on that. Now the other thing you gotta really realize that with things like red, it's just going to be shinier. Red just has a tendency, even when it dries, it can still have a little bit of a sheen to it. So just something, mentally prepare yourself for that. Certain phthalo colors, phthalo green can also be definitely very shiny. Is there anything else that I need to... Yeah, I'm going to take that Van Dyke brown here. Okay, that's darker than I thought it actually was. Now, this line here, we sort of lost that a little bit. Going to try and bring that line back. I don't mind having to go back in with my lighter yellowish orange again, whatever. I don't know. I'm going to have to thin that down a smidge more here. Okay. We'll need some kind of reflected light in there. I don't know if I necessarily want it to be yellow. That's, oh, I'm gonna maybe take some of our crazy greenish color and throw that into some of our reflection here. I'm gonna smooth that one down a little bit too. Again, trying to find a place to put some of this green here. A little more green there. It's just, you would not believe how much more interesting it makes your golds when you add that little bit of green to it. As I cast this up, yeah, see, these things can't necessarily really be all that light. I'm actually have to go, I'm going to go back the other way here. Got some of the Van Dyke brown. And I'm just going to try and pull out some of these feathers here. So there is no texture on any of these feathers whatsoever. They're just flat. I had almost entertained the idea of maybe painting some of the feather texture onto the wings. And then I said, nope, we have enough stuff going on over here. And then again, when things are commissioned figures, sometimes you start to say, well, if I do all of this stuff, that's going to make it take so long that it's going to make it really, really pricey. So sometimes you just say, oh, okay, you know what? We won't do that or this or whatever. Trying to get a little bit of shadow on that side of the feather there. Okay, let's get our dark into that. The nifty thing is, and we were just showing that in the latest army painting series, is that even when the oils are completely dry, the whole thing with the blending brush still works. It may not work exactly the same as when you just take some wet color, plop it on there, and you take a blending brush and push it around, but it's still, you would be surprised, because I was surprised at just how close that all worked out, or how similar it was. I thought it would be really different, or maybe not even possible, but it's not only possible, it actually works out very well. So that is a little too thick. We're just trying to cut that down a little bit. Again, the dark on the underside of this. How much can we do without it being too much or conflicting with the light that we have coming from down there? This is pretty darn simple. It's Van Dyke brown. There's a little tiny bit of the indigo mixed into this. And where's my original one here? So you can see that shadow, it's more than just darker. You can, because we wanted that obsidian look anyway, but you can see that there's a cooler blue, right? Boy, Grundy, isn't that the truth? I was super surprised. I was expecting that you could, but not to the degree that you can. I was really, really stunned at, and like you say, I was almost kind of liking it better. So just because the oil is dry, it does not mean that the wet blending process ends. It's not going to be the same process. It'll be different, a little different mindset. But yeah, you just kind of, and then you can do even more with glazes, right, Grundy? Because you can actually kind of throw a glaze on there and then just like take your blending brush and pull that glaze all over the place because you're not going to destroy what's underneath because what's underneath is dry. Is it, Master? How you doing? Nice to see you. Oh my goodness, how do we not get dark, light, or light, dark, and then mid-tone? But we got to make a mid-tone of that. We'll just use the screen right here. There we are. And a little more there. So again, we had some light, then dark, and then this is sort of a light middle tone here. Kind of, sort of. Oh yeah, Grumdy, I think what I might even do is some of those showcase type things that I want to do, either for army painting or for like some of the contest stuff, right? Because people are wanting to see, well, things painted for a contest. Well, I mean, obviously those are going to take several sessions because there'll probably be something large, or there's, basing or some kind of diorama stuff involved. So I think that's another way, in addition to only not just the army painting stuff, because people say, okay, well, the paint drying benefits you when you're doing armies, but it doesn't benefit you when you're doing, a 72 mil or a bust or something like that. And it's like, no, it seriously can be very beneficial. Trying to find a couple of lights. Oh my goodness, it really is not enough down here. All right, that's more like it. That looks a bit more like metal there. I still have to go back in with some of my lightest lights. Where's that blending brush here? We'll just use this side of it here. So that's right here. I'm just gonna feather this. That one just slightly. Now time for some brushstroke management. So Grim people, well, this is just gonna be my normal army stuff, right? But I want to do some fancy sculpting of the bases, and we're talking about things that, imagine this would be like 2 or 3 of these on one piece or so. And of course, well, we're trying to fit them into a 2-hour video, right, Grim? But yeah, Grim, uh, I think, well, you heard the story of how with the crystal brush, I would just walk up there with my army box, and I actually wouldn't even choose the thing that went in there. I would just point to the people next to me and I'd say, all right, just pick something. Pick something that goes into the contest, which that was very entertaining. So yeah, I just would walk in there with my army box, and whether it was Tomb Kings or Lizard Men or whatever, and I would just have people pick stuff, because that's pretty fun, right? And Grim, I don't know if you've posted your latest Instagram miniature or not. I wasn't sure if you'd already done that. I know you posted the YouTube links and the links to the Discord and stuff, but I don't know if you posted links to your latest miniature or not. Brush Liquor, how you doing? Brush, so they arrived this week. Well, that's really cool. I just hope they're a lot of fun. Couple of things, just the easiest things right off the bat, right? Is well, less is more, and more is way too much. So just a little something to keep in mind. That's all. All right, so this is another thing. Again, no layers. I just realized we had light, middle tone, middle tone, middle tone. I went, no, we need at least like light, dark, middle tone or something. So yeah, that's a little darker now, and I might double down on it a smidge more here. All right. Okay, Grim, I guess I must be hungry because I read that as Riceratops, like as in rice. So I must be hungry or something like that because I read that as food. And just like Landrest was saying right there, boy, that is such a great piece of advice there. Just if it doesn't work right away, don't be too rough on yourself because it might take a few sessions just to kind of get a grip on it, so to speak. And oh, and don't be a hasty little hobbit. Yes, don't be hasty. And yep, a little bit of a double on Landrest about the about tasting the brush there. Probably best not to do that for sure. Oh god, what was I thinking about? Food. It was a food. Well, Rice Krispies. Yeah, I was reading it as Rice Krispies, as in some Rice Krispie treats. Now we did bring back some food with us yesterday, so I actually finally have something that I can at least try it, munch on after the stream here. Although I still want to make myself some hot chocolate, though. Yeah, brush liquor. Now, of course, yeah, when we were doing the art school thing, they, you were definitely sanctioned for licking brushes. They said, we don't care if you get poison. We're not interested in that. But if you're going to be destroying a really good brush by sticking that in your mouth, we're just going to take that thing away from you. So that is another consequence of licking the brush, is that, well, your mouth is part of your digestive system. And there's some stuff in there that's not too good for brushes, at least not the natural hair variety. So that's another thing that can kind of go a little bit wonky when you do that. So bacon and steak with a salad. Oh, geez, Grim, that's, you know what? That's right. We were sent home with some salads. I'm going to have that tomorrow. So if you hear some extra sounds on stream or something like that, I just blame the salad. You'll thin that, or spread that out just a little bit too. Again, using this as a blending brush here. So now, yeah, so we have our light, then we have that dark right there, then it goes into almost like a mid-tone light over there. Now that is pretty funny that Lady B comes in just as Grim was saying that. That's pretty good right there. Lady B had to walk in and go, what in the world just happened right there? So Lady B, well, I guess it's a happy Monday for you now. I hope that everything's going good over there. Oh, there's a couple of other areas. There's some lights that we need here too. Still trying to figure out just how much reflected light goes on. That goes back pretty far there. So yep, Monday afternoon down there. So yes, we are going to enjoy ourselves some of the hot chocolate and Bailey's Irish cream with it. That should be quite good, because we'll need some medicine for our voice because we have to film a video after we're done here. So not like we're doing any of that because we would enjoy it. It's strictly for the good of teaching the lesson. That's all it's for. Has nothing to do with enjoying any one of the couple of dozen flavors of hot chocolate we were sent home with, whatsoever. So we've really been able to get successfully get some of that green in there. And there's a green fairy. Thank you so much, because we don't mind. We got to use up this medicine first, don't we, green fairy? Not that there's very much left of that, actually. There is not much left at all. I wonder, as I look at these two areas here, no, I should probably still let that have some of the red on it. We'll just leave some of that there, some of it intact here. I'm going to try and get some of my lightest light here, even with just a touch of the radiant lemon in there. Just a touch more here. Okay. And the eyes down here, down in the flame, looking for the lightest light. Now, I made that thicker. Not sure if it's going to actually stick. We might need to go the other way. Well, thick seems to be working there. Let's see. A comic book character is red skin. Don't make the jacket red. Well, Lady B, the one way I suppose you could get away with that, and of course it'd be the same thing. Like, let's say that Horus, we wanted to do him red, in addition to all the flamey stuff. You could have a red that is much cooler. So one red has far more yellow/orange in it, and then you could make the other part of the red, not quite so warm. You could use more of a, maybe even some kind of very light violet to shade it or something like that, or to lighten it. And that would give it a much different look, a much cooler, more grayed down look. It would depend what you did in the shadows. You could probably take some phthalo green, or something like the perline black, a really dark green, and hit the shadows with that. So now if you have warmer reds where it's light, that's going to show up more. Where the heck did she go? Oh, here she is. So this is an example right here, and we've done a few of these exercises in red. So you can see the reds there are definitely warmer than the reds there. That is a much more cool. That's where we're using the radiant violet. See, that's a little more neutral right there, but then as you get around to these sides, it's a much more of a warm red there. And here we go. Yeah, there you go. Like you say, gray it down, right? Making it dirtier and such. So here's another little exercise in reds. This color chart went with that video. That's our latest dark sword painting video that we did. And actually, the new one that I'm going to do, it's going to be an orc skin tone thing. We are going to do the color chart thing on that. We're probably going to paint a little bit of a portrait as well. And the idea is we want to show this skin tone that has, well, there's greens in it, but there's a whole lot of things that aren't green. So you got cooler greens there. There's even some violet there. And then you got much warmer greens up here. So just because it is a green, it doesn't have to be just green. Brushlicker printed out a bunch of the sample texture swatches from Ritual Casting. Yeah, Brushlicker. Now, of course, I've given up on sable brushes for quite a while now because they're just not reliable enough. The quality on those things has just dropped so much, and that's if they're even available. So I just said the heck with it, and I just used these synthetic brushes. But yeah, they were getting all over our case. If we got caught sticking those brushes in our mouth or anything like that, licking them or whatever, you would get a warning first, and if that continued, they would just take the brush away from you. And you could just sit there for the next couple of hours just with no brush in your hand. because they said you did not just pay 20, 30 bucks for that brush to stick it in your face and pretty much dissolve it. Well, here, let's get a little bit of the paint off of that brush. This is again where you have those lighter colors, they're just not gonna, you can't do quite the thin, fine work with the light colors that you can with the darker colors. So sometimes we go in with the lighter stuff first. We also let that set for just a bit, then come back with the darker colors. It's another place where I think we can create a little bit more of an edge on some of these things. We'll let that get blended in here. We'll do the same here. So see how that just got a whole lot lighter by virtue of doing the darks around it. We didn't have to put any more highlights there. No highlights necessary because we went darker. And yeah, now the more I turn this around, I can really see all the greens that we put in there, which once again, see as you, oh, we haven't done a film noir in a while here. Let's do one of those. Yeah, they're like the fire and all of the greens and the golds. You'll see there's no orange, there's no green. There is some value there. There's some light and dark, but there's no warm, there's no cool, there's no intense color, there's no grayed down color. And of course, greens and the gold, that makes that cooler, even though gold or yellow, it's a yellowish green. That's still warm-ish. Not as warm as that, also not as intense as that either. So a very important comparison between the two. We have ourselves a foreman in the house. The foreman is here. Everybody pay attention, put the hard hats on, and start working on stuff because the foreman has arrived. So Josh, how you doing? I hope that you're doing okay and, well, hopefully not caught up in any of the crazy weather. And thank you again so much for that raid. That is appreciated. As always, working with the oil paints. I know you're probably stuck behind the ad wall right now, probably, potentially. This is from Clay Cyanide Miniatures here. This is another 3D print. And we've been, I think this, yeah, it's our fourth one. So this was the first one that we did, but we're trying to do some form of object source lighting on all of them. And Josh has been working on a character called the Foreman. If you please go check out that picture, or sorry, the Instagram that he posted, you can get a look-see at what that is like. So here's another one of the, again, the Clay Cyanide. This is Bass. The first one was Isis. This is Horus right here. We did do another one that was Seth, but that one, we're still letting that one dry before we handle it. Here's another type of object source lighting. This is on a Printomancer bust. That's magenta. And we got ourselves some green over here. This is a printed up arch villain piece. And if everyone could please give Josh a follow, that would be sensational. Right now we're using some homemade fluorescent oil paint. So Green Stuff World powder, mix it with linseed oil, boom, you get an oil paint out of it. And all of those ones that I was showing you there, even though they're the different colors, all of it is oil paint, including this. And we started this 3 hours, 13 minutes ago. There was nothing but primer on this. Yeah, all of this non-metallic metal, the object source lighting, all this stuff here, none of that existed a little over 3 hours ago. And that just is another testament to the power of the oil paints. Yes, indeed. It does not take very long. Now, Monday will be, speaking of fire and ice, this is a print that I actually made last winter, and I finally put the two pieces together, and I think we'll try painting this up on Monday, giving it a nice little icy feel. Should be very fun. This is from Monster Mini Mayhem. Josh started his character 2 months ago. Well, Josh, I know that everybody works at a little different pace. They fortunately the oils do let you work at a rapid pace, but well, of course, when you do it, what I do, it's when time is of the essence. You learn to be able to blast through things real quick, like for sure. But I'm guessing you don't. Well, also too, that's the other thing is folks don't have quite the same amount of time to be working on their stuff either. Now what are we doing? We're going back in here and trying to get some separation in these things. Again, as a 3D print, every sculptor is going to treat things differently, just like this sculptor has treated these feathers really differently from all the other ones that I've kind of seen. Now, there's no feather texture sculpted on here. So we will just leave it kind of go as is. But I would like to have a little definition in between each of these feathers here. We're using some indigo, some Van Dyke brown. And those two together, well, essentially they're going to make black. That's what we did here on our Black Templar. There was no black used on this. We took the Van Dyke brown and the indigo, the basically blue and dark brown, mixed them together. That's going to get you something that's darn near black. And then we took some of our radiant colors to lighten some things up. Again, that is one of my latest tutorial videos. And again, if everybody could please give Josh a follow, that would be fantastic. This is another thing. We're not just looking to darken that, but also looking to put more of a sharp edge on that. I mean, it's supposed to be steel or whatever, so we might want to get that nice sharp edge on it. All right, over here on that gemstone thing, let's see what we can do with some of our Prussian blue here. We'll start on this side of it, start to lighten it up here. There's some of our radiant turquoise. And again, no layers, right? We're just going to stick that on there, and then we're just going to maybe take some of the paint off the brush, and then we'll just do a little bit of stippling and blending, and that'll just blend together. And let's see if we can go a little bit lighter here. Trying to thin that down just a bit. I'm going to actually get some more of my thinner over there. And that is a high quality odorless thinner from, well, it's from Speedball. That's the main brand. Mona Lisa is sort of the sub-brand of that. Oop, wait, this side. Right there. Again, I'm going to take some of the paint off the brush here. Yeah, Armored Wolf. Thank you so much for posting that link. So yes, well, everybody wanted to see Black Templars. The other thing that people ask about, well, they ask about white scars a lot. This was the first of our chapter studies videos. And we also did, well, a Blood Angel here. There's our Blood Angel. Actually, if you look at the Instagram, you'll see pictures of all these guys. And this was the one before the Black Templars. We did a Dark Angel right here. So Grim wants to see the McDonald's chapter. Grim, I think I do think that I would much prefer the Hamburglar as the Primarch instead of Ronald McDonald, because there's just something hilarious about the Hamburglar. Okay. Oh, here's my. We'll just take our again blending brush here and fade those two edges together. The Mick Raiders painted up in yellow and red. Hey, Rise of Mages, nice to see you again. Hope that you're doing well. Happy Sunday, fun day. Well, for what's left of Sunday anyway. Now that it's 10:25 here, it's 10:25 for you. Okay, yeah, we'll just leave that as is. Again, with the direction that is pointed, we don't want it to have too much light on
Hello,
it.
little hobbits. Spark my gun.
We're gonna welcome ourselves a new little hobbit. Thank you so much, It's Embria. Where's our Moria Gandalf? He's like, oh no, another Balrog. I'm out of here. It's like, seriously, name's Horus, dude, not a Balrog. Yeah, Green Fairy. I know at some point I'll try and do another Mimes of Moria team because, well, I could either find some fun goblins for printing out and do that, or just I knew I have some of the plastic gobos from, oh, what the heck is it? Is it Battle for Skull Pass? Yeah, that was dwarves versus goblins, right? So I think I have some gobos potentially from that too that we could use for some conversion material. Now this has a whole lot of light. What it's lacking is a little bit of dark. We're just taking some of our Van Dyke Brown here. Just trying to rebuild some dark and also sharpen up that edge a bit. Green Fairy, that is something I haven't even looked at yet. Part of it is I just didn't want to, that was a bit of a rabbit hole, right? Because you'll find a million things that you want. Obviously, still, Lord of the Rings is the main focus. I actually did, just for the heck of it, the other day, enter in some 40K as a search just to see what might show up. Obviously, it's not going to be the greatest search term because, well, GW is going to be hunting that stuff down like crazy. So Lords of the Rings would be a good wrestling name for sure. No doubt about it. But yes, the Mimes of Moria, that legendary Blood Bowl team. Where's my blending brush here? There, I was just getting a little too, it's a little choppy right there. I thought I would clean that up just a smidge. That's it. So they do 40K as well. I know that, oh gosh, who is it? I always for Luke's APS. I know he was printing up. Speaking of this Egyptian theme, I know in a recent video of his, he was printing up some Tomb King stuff, and that was from One Page Rules. And I'm pretty sure it was like a War Sphinx that he had printed up. But I didn't know that they also did a little bit of 40K as well. Well, I guess they do, what was it, like Legion and such. Okay, here, let's, we did this on the other wing over there. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get over here, do that on this wing. Solidify some of those darks. It's the, well, no, Noaz. No, I'm just thinking, not Age of Sigmar. Almost pronounced it a different way. That would have been the more spicy way to pronounce that particular acronym there. The Mimes of Moria. Yeah, that's the only Blood Bowl team that I still have. It's the only one that's actually still here in the building with me. I'll try and catch the edge of these feathers right here if I can. Now, again, not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. In any case, we were talking about things that would probably just be easier doing once this thing is dry anyways, and this would probably be one of them, because then I could stick my hand wherever I wanted to and not have to worry about taking paint away from somewhere or transferring paint somewhere, because it would all be dry. And it was a couple of weeks ago I saw him and he was all excited. He printed up, yeah, a little war sphinx or something like that, and then threw some paint on it. He's all very much into the one-page rules as far as their printing files. I think, what was it? White Wolf Tavern, their December files, theirs were looking really nifty, I have to say, this month. There's a couple in there that could make for some fun videos and sessions and such. All right. That could probably stand to get a little bit of our lighter blue on it. And this one here, I'm not even going to try on that side because it's just too difficult to reach at this point. I'm supposed to be different if I was maybe left-handed, but since I'm not, that gets difficult. Trying to get a couple of lights there on his hand. What about the fur up here? I don't know if I really want to lighten that too much. Not even sure what is helmet slash mask and what's feathers or beak for that matter. Now, I'm guessing that they're initially designed for probably 28 mil, 30 mil stuff, and people just can resize those as needed. I'm just looking at this. Which way do we want to go with our lights? Maybe we want to go this way. I'm just going to see if I can get a couple of these easily. Looks like it here. Okay. Same over here. And like I said, this from Monster Mini Mayhem here, I thought we would give this a shot here, see if we can do some nice, some kind of nice icy type stuff on that. Then when it dries, we can try and do some more icicles and snow. We'll use the Armored Wolf Crushed Glass Snow and have some fun with that. We haven't, and a little bit, it's kind of funny because we're getting into winter here and we haven't actually had a chance to do any snow effects in a little while. Just start a little bit of my lighter color here for some reflected light. Not going to do too much of that on the underside of that because I'm still thinking about the object source lighting from the other side. I'm going to take some of the asphaltum here. We've got an awful lot of the Van Dyke brown. I'm going to try and get some of the darker reddish brown in here now. Now the crenellations on this, again, I don't know what Great Grimoire, it's almost like this is part of a giant building here in these archways instead of it maybe just being a window or something. So again, not being as familiar with the Clay Cyanide figures and the scales that they're supposed to represent. I'm just going to let that also get a bit darker down here. And we'll try darken this up over here. Actually, that should almost be another one of those cast shadows. So let's see if I can find, here it is. A little bit of my orange here. And like I said, try and cast this light further this way. It would sort of be a little bit like this. Doesn't have to be incredibly bright, just has to be there. See how we're just kind of stippling that on there. It lets it mix with the colors that I've applied. So now that stretches along there. Let's see if I can take some of the Van Dyke Brown here. Accentuate that shadow a little bit more. So Megan, geez, I'm guessing you guys are gonna have to head out soon because it's almost midnight there. And well, I guess Monday is coming. Let's see. Hey, Mazum, how you doing? So Mazamuni, this is, yep, the oil paints. Now, we're using our homemade mix here, right? Taking the fluorescent powders, mixing it with the linseed oil, and we basically create ourselves an oil paint. And the palette itself, all it is just a piece of parchment paper, and that is just well, now it's clipped onto a piece of cardboard because this particular parchment paper, the glue doesn't really work with it. My usual glue stick. So yeah, we're going. All we're doing is just taking that and essentially just clipping it to the piece of cardboard. It does help to somewhat absorb a little bit of any excess, say, linseed oil or whatever. And we do oil paints here all the time. Well, especially on stream, it's so much easier to do the oil paints on stream. They're just kind of easier to do, period. Now, it doesn't matter what it is that you're painting, but it's always so much easier with the oils because you just get so much free blending that you don't have to work for. That literally just kind of happens all by itself, which is really cool. Now I think I can start to maybe get into some of this. I'm actually taking a little bit of the radiant magenta, mixing that into here. I mean, I don't want that to be highlighted like it's metal or something, but we want to have some lights in there. Also have to think about back of his leg there. Do I really want to make that something like have more gold hints in there or not? Let's see if I can, again, take that's the radiant violet mixed with the asphaltum, which ironically enough is something that we have used as a skin color so many times. If you remember for Harad army, we did the Abracamp Merchant Guard, those figures from Diwali, and that was their skin tone. We've got one of them around here. There he is. And we'll be working with the skin tones sort of like this for our Corsairs. Again, I think I'm going to be trying to prep some of those tonight. So that was basically the asphaltum mixed with the radiant violet, sorry. So Mazda, that is definitely not the case, unfortunately. It is much cheaper actually to get started with the oil paints. I believe for the first 3.5 years that I was working with the oil paints, let's see, you could buy 5 of these, or you could buy 10 different colors, actually more than that, buy the makeup sponges, the brushes, the linseed oil, all the stuff that I needed for almost 4 years of oil painting. And now you can get your regular artist colors, and I mean this is what I'm using all the time, but there's several different companies that make things that make some starter sets. Here I mean this is a small version of it here. but I think this is maybe $16 on Amazon or something like that. And like I said, I've been using these things for years. They last a long, long time. And just you getting some of the high quality odorless thinner, not the nasty dime store thin was that turpentine or whatever, nothing like that. And of course your brush cleaner. Well, look at this. It works for dried acrylic too, and there's no vapors, no hazards, nothing like that. And these are the same brushes that I would use with my acrylics. They're what about $4.30, $4.50 a piece, somewhere in that range. So the oil's definitely not expensive to get into. It's ironically enough, it's the miniature acrylic paint that's expensive to get into. Now there are some colors that can be pricier. You know, you want to get yourself cadmium colors or whatever. That's going to be pricier for sure. But you certainly don't have to start out with those. And there's other alternatives to things like the cadmium colors anyway. I rarely use cadmium red. And gee whiz, these days I don't even really use the cadmium yellow much anymore. So there are definitely ways around using the pricier stuff. Yep, and no thanks Armor Wolf for posting the link to the oil starter set, and there, of course, Grumdy can be the attest to the relative inexpensiveness of the oils in comparison to some of the other stuff. I mean, it's really shocking to even see Reaper paints and how much those cost. I mean, I can get a tube of, especially if you get them from places like Dick Blick or some of the more discount places, or you go to Michael's with your coupon or something like that. You do not have to spend lots and lots and lots of bucks. Yes, and like Grumdy says, these brushes, these $4.50 brushes, they have lasted far, far longer because the oils don't dry inside the ferrule. I mean, here you know, colors like this, your Terra Rosa, those are maybe on Dick Blick, that's $6, maybe $7 or so for a tube. That's going to last you for years and years. You will never have to buy another one ever. Let me see. Ebenezer, how you doing? Nice to see you again. And the nice thing is you have the option, even if the oils have dried, you can, and we've discussed this a lot lately, especially because, well, you can see on the Patreon page, like the Army Painting series, where there's no way that's going to stay wet, right? It's going to dry because each Army Painting series is 5 episodes. So the stuff's going to dry anyways. And what I've been finding is that it's actually kind of neat working on oil paints that have actually dried previously. You can do a lot of interesting stuff. See if I can't get some more of the lighter white maybe on his clothes right here. So again, yeah, working with the oils. There's none of this, oh my gosh, I'm working on 10 Space Marines, and I have to keep going because my color is going to run out or my color is going to dry. You don't really have to necessarily worry about that frenzy. And of course, with the oils, you're not buying, I think maybe that's the other thing too, is people think they're buying dozens and dozens of different colors. No, you're not doing that. I mean, yeah, every so often, like for something like this, okay, I'll bring out the fluorescence as a specialty thing. But for the most part, I'm using the same 10, 12 colors all the time, over and over again. I mean, this is the Terra Rosa right up here. I use this as a skin color all the time. I use it for blue, or sorry, for my golds. I also use it for rust. So we just darken that down a smidge there. You have the Grundy, it's kind of funny because I have not used that quinacridone golden brown. Once I found out just how pricey that was, I mean, I would love to use it myself. The problem is, if I start using it, well, people are going to want to use it, and they're going to go, wait a minute, what? That costs how much? So yeah, if you're wondering why I haven't used that in a while, that's pretty much the main reason. Because I didn't want people getting the idea that oils are the super expensive kind of thing. All right, Green Fairy Studios, you have a good one. Thanks as always for stopping by. Appreciate that. And it should be fun painting that. Again, that's the only other Monster Mini Mayhem figure that I painted so far was one of these guys. And it's just bizarre because I printed out, actually, well, I think now I printed out more of the arch villain than that. But I just never was able to actually get around to painting some of those Monster Mini Mayhem figs. So Mazza, we're working very, very light with the oils. We're not piling those things on. It's not like an oil painting on canvas, because people also get that idea that you're painting it like a canvas. Definitely not doing that here. The oils are pretty much the same consistency. Of course, they're thinned down, but they're basically the same consistency as what regular acrylic miniature paint would be. Now, of course, I have a bunch of videos where we are using them in a somewhat more traditional way, but even on here, you'll see there's no texture, right? So we painted it with the same oil paints we're using on our miniatures, yet there's no texture on this paper. And you can even see here, we're almost doing a bit like a watercolor right there, where it was there was a lot of liquid mixed in with the paint. So we also do 2D art here as well. You can check out, actually, here's my latest YouTube video right here. This is up on the channel. And this is the Witch King, the new one from GW here. And they're all done in one sitting. And sometimes we're doing whole units like this. We've done a whole bunch of horse units in like our 8 to 10 hour sessions. We've also done plenty of TMM now. So that's also oil paint, but that is done as metallics. And yep, just thanks Armored Wolf for posting the link to the YouTube channel. So like Grim was saying, there's no layering. You're basically just kind of plopping a color on there. You grab another brush that's got no paint in it, and then you just start pushing that around. So you're not just taking one layer and then going slightly lighter and slightly lighter. Not really doing that with the oils. I mean, I suppose you could, but the using them to their best efficiency, well, that's when you want to, again, just throw down some, maybe like this, so some lighter color. Then we come back with what we call a blending brush, just basically a soft brush that has no paint on it, and then just kind of push the paint around a little bit, and that's all it is. I'm going to get some of our, well, some paint back there too. Now we're talking about, again, a blending brush here. We're just going to take this brush, and all I'm doing is just pushing around some paint that's already on there. There's no paint on that brush. I'm just taking the stuff I put on there and moving it around a little bit. Yeah, Big Jim, how you doing? Thanks so much, Big Jim. If everybody could please give Big Jim Slade a follow, that would be great. Jim, if you want to, before you head out, throw a link to the food depository, because Big Jim has been every year does a very nice charity involving the Boston Greater Food Bank there. So you want to, if you can maybe contribute to that, if Big Jim could throw a link to that, it would be great if people could also contribute to that. Okay, that just needed a little, that was more of an edge structuring there. There we go. So the Greater Boston Food Bank. And thanks, Grim. I appreciate the kind words as always. I guess I just saw so many folks getting bored with the miniature painting. Oh, Big Jim, I saw your latest thing there. That was looking really good too. Sorry, speaking of Instagrams. Yeah, gee whiz. Sorry, I forgot to mention that earlier. So yeah, your was that was one of your bones miniatures, right? That you were working on.
So say we all.
Huh. Thank you so much, Big Jim. It looks like Jarrett must be around somewhere. Thank you so much. Speaking of follows, aside from following Big Jim, you want to definitely give Jarrett a follow because Jarrett also is very fun to watch. Yeah, I kept hearing in the background. I could hear the latest real estate. Was it the questionable real estate stream? And then of course, well, the Pyro Club stuff. It's always weird though. I always keep thinking that Sunday night is Monster of the Week night. But then that campaign was never supposed to last that long. I remember you telling me that. Boy, Dano, I'm really, really glad to hear that because for so long, I just kept hearing people that they were not interested in miniature painting anymore. It was almost like just their job, right? They were like, oh, I can do this. This feels like work. I have to do this all the time. I want something that doesn't feel so much like work. Just a little bit of the Prussian blue on there. Why? Because it was getting a little bit toasty. Not too much of the red there. No problem, Big Jim, and thank you so much for the gift sub there. Appreciate that as always. So that's got a little bit of the indigo in it. Again, just trying to get that darker skin tone in there. I want to see if I can take my Van Dyke brown here and bring out some of the feathers there. I just don't want to go too crazy with that, especially right now because you can barely even see what the heck I'm trying to do there. So just leave that as is. I see we have his talons. We need to get some lighter colors on those as well. These, it's another case of where we just have a whole collection of midtones. We need that sort of light, dark, light to make that look a little bit more like metal, don't we? So I just did that over there. Oh, what the heck? I'll just go with the this radiant violet here for some lighter colors on his talons. Right here, let me get some of this stuff out of the way because that's just a bit distracting, I'm sure, visually for you. And just like before, we're just going to throw some of that lighter color there. We will take something like this as a blending brush here. No layers, basically just slapped a little light color on there and then just pushed it around after that. Think of this as your palette. The miniature becomes your palette. The miniature becomes your palette. The palette, you do a little bit of mixing maybe of some colors there, but primarily all the mixing is going to happen here. That's what you're doing the oils for, right? At least that's what I think while you're doing the oils, you want to be able to get some blending and some mixing. Might as well do that. I'm going to see now that this has really had a chance to set in here. I'm going to see if I can't get some of my lighter oranges on the underside of some of these feathers right here. And by the way, look where I'm holding this brush. It is closer to the end than it is to the front. This right here with the oils too, well, you don't really want to do this with the acrylics either, but with the oils, definitely not because you're crushing the brush, right? It's too much. You're being too tense. Don't want to be tense. You want to be Nice and chill here. Look at where we are. And there's no way I could get to this. Right? How the heck am I supposed to get to these things back here if I've got my fingers on that metal ferrule? There's no way that's going to happen. But we have just as much, if not more, control over that. Right? Do not crush the brush. And we'll just throw some here on these guys. Again, a little bit of edge right there. Nice light brush stroke thing with the oils is, I can do that a couple of times, but remember, this is our palette. It means that every single time I put a brush stroke on here, it's mixing with what's already there. Which means that that orange is not going to be quite so bright. So I have to come back. I got to get some more of the paint there. Do another brush stroke on it. So I can get away with a couple of these. And then that's it. Then I have to go back and get some more. Yep, I can just tell. Not going to be able to get any more out of that. Now, was that the... that must have been the Galadriel-ish type figure, I'm guessing. Boy, I wish I could show you. Now, unfortunately, I don't think the figure is here. No, I don't think I have it here. I think it's actually downstairs drying, but this is one of our skin tone videos here. So a lot of the cooler colors that you see here, like some of those greenish colors, that was something that I just called the pre-glaze. It's basically it was like a dark brownish type color that went over the top of that, and I just threw some of the skin tone in there, did the blend together. What you could do is maybe use a little bit of green in your pre-glaze. Then you put the skin tone into that. You are going to have some 5 o'clock shadow. So that's one way of just kind of basically utilizing that pre-glaze to have some already some of the greenish color in the skin where you would want that 5 o'clock shadow to be. So that whole 5 o'clock shadow thing, definitely you could just have some green in the already on the miniature, and then you take the skin tone and you let it blend into that, and it's going to turn a nice kind of a greenish gray. We have done that so many times. Now here, see how that's that wouldn't have covered there. Let's see. Again, we've only been working on this thing for 3 hours 52 minutes, but as recently as probably an hour and a half ago or so, if I had tried doing that, that paint wouldn't have stuck there. Look at this. You know, we're taking our blending brush and we're smoothing out that edge. That's you got to be patient with the oils. Don't be hasty. You don't want to be a hasty little hobbit. We were patient there. We waited. We were rewarded for waiting. A little bit of our orange over here too. Just gonna lighten that up just a smidge more. Something like that. So now I think that catches a little bit more of the flame there. Well, this probably needs to get some as well. Lighten this up a bit over here. I think I could lighten up some of my... Yeah, we'll lighten up some of the ground here. Okay, this is another area where a few hours ago, the paint probably would not have stuck there the way it is now. And again, 3 hours, 54 minutes, and 15 seconds ago, this was nothing but primer. It was basically the same primer color as this. That's it. That's what this was. The entire beastie right here, 3 hours, 54 minutes ago. That's all it was. As we say here on the channel, don't blink, especially with the oils. Don't blink. If you blink, it'll all be over. A little more of an orange touch here. I'm just going to treat that like it is some kind of metal there, so we'll get some highlights on that. Yes, don't be hasty, little hobbits. Don't be hasty. He's like, are you an orc? Like, let's see, wings, feathers, and a beak. Do I look like an orc? He says, you all smell like orcs to me. Let's see. And so Mezum, I talk about all the time. I say I'm thinning it down a little bit, or I'm letting it be a little bit thicker. And the most recent YouTube video is this one right here. Just posted that less than maybe 2 days ago, tops. And again, I'm just using the high quality odorless thinner, and we're not using very much of it. Why? Because this is all we got. Just a little water bottle cap right there. That's it. Now I do have a whole bunch of videos on the Patreon page that really get into the oils and doing some color charts and actually thinning them down and putting them into little containers like this just to make them more like a miniature paint, or at least the miniature paint that you're used to. A little more of the lighter orange down here. Wow, it's so interesting, the timing of this here, because as I'm doing this, I just keep thinking, wow, yeah, if I had just done that not too long ago, it wouldn't have really stuck there at all. Now see that line a little bit too thick there? Oh, look, I'm going to take my blending brush. Just cut away that line. That just was not looking like what I wanted it to, so made a change. And that's what the oils do so very well. It works the same when you're, say, doing some freehand. And you just say, you know what, that's just not, I don't really like that design. Well, all you do is you take a blending brush or a sponge or whatever, you just wipe that away and you start again. Okay, this is more of that homemade fluorescent oil paint. I just realized I got to get a little bit, whoops. I don't know if you can even see what I'm doing there, but I know I need some lighter orange in here. Now I'm going to have to get some of my darker reddish orange. So I did take a little bit of thinner there, just to get that to flow a little more, and I think that's just what I needed there. Yep, that was just enough. Now the thing with the oils you have to realize is that your lighter colors, those are the opaque colors, your darker colors. It's not like acrylics. Your lighter colors are opaque. Your darker colors, those are way more likely to be translucent, or at least semi-translucent. And again, we're not layering this. Not at all. A lot of times I'm just taking that much lighter color and then taking another brush and then just smoothing that out. Like here, I'm just looking down at this. Okay, how in the world do we not have any of our orange light hitting this? That also is pretty much supposed to be metal there too. So we're gonna, and you can see that's significantly lighter, and that's just not slightly lighter. We're also gonna hit that with a little bit more of our orange. There's too much yellow up there. Even though we're saying that the talons are relatively reflective, that's a little too much orange that far from where our flame source is. And sometimes here we will push that a little bit further. I mean, he is a giant winged falcon with muscles and feet and hands. So you go with the realism to make it somewhat believable, then sometimes you start to take some liberties just to make things maybe a little bit more interesting. Sometimes there's what's realistic, and then there is what makes the thing more interesting to look at. Because if you make it boring to look at, it won't be looked at for very long. And if you're looking to do, win awards or something like that, or win contests or whatever, that's why Megan was very successful with her Alfred Hitchcock diorama piece, because I mean the painting of it was really fantastic. There was so much to see. I mean, even you take aside the ingeniousness of the physical composition, how it was put together, the diorama itself, but then you just look at the way it was painted and the way there was so much action and color in the grays themselves. There was plenty for people to look at. They didn't get bored with it. Okay, I'm just going to throw a little hint here. Some of the orange on the... I know you can't see it. There's a wing in the way. Where there's a wing, it's in the way. But just had to do that because would have otherwise just forgotten all about it. On the edge of this, boy, even though it is metal, and as fun as it is to have the orange highlights and stuff in there, I don't know just how much of that we can do on here. Nah, I'm just going to go with, I think, some more ambient colors for that. Can you see what we're doing? Yeah, you can. Because I think the orange would have been too much orange, and for something that's that far away from where our object source lighting is. I've got some of the, and we're thinning it down at some of the radiant turquoise. Gotta mix that in with some of my Prussian blue here. So we just throw a big old blob on there. Now we got a little bit of Prussian blue, and we're just going to let that mix together here. Like so. And now it's so much softer than it was a second ago. Throw a little bit of a highlight dot there. And also on the metal here too. There. Now we've got a sharper edge there. I was just looking at that. It was mildly mildly sharp, not really sharp at all. Now here I'm going to go in with some darks. Yeah, that's well, it's all about edges. Again, we're going to take in probably some of the Van Dyke brown. This has been thin, but only to a certain amount, because if we thin it too much, it just becomes a pin line wash, which is not the worst thing in the world, but that that can really, it travels. A pin line wash, you're talking about something that has a whole bunch of capillary action. There, that sharpens up some of those. Sharpens up that too. Oh, that needs some separation. Hey, Rightkin wife, how you doing? Nice to see you again. We have another one of those clay cyanide figures here. So clay cyanide. This is definitely by far the biggest of all of them. It's pretty much the size of the last two combined, if not even more than that. Hope that your Sunday was okay. Just hanging out before bed, because what is it, about 11 something here? So it's 11:09 here now. And well, for you East Coasters, always use your coaster. But getting to be, yeah, well now it's Monday for you guys. So happy Monday for the East Coasters. All right, now that I've got that line of sight, I need to somehow, let's see if this is going to work here. Can't look where my hand is. Closer to the end of the brush than it is to the front of the brush. Why, that gives me that leverage we're talking about here. And that's much lighter there. I can't emphasize that enough. We're not just taking a slightly lighter layer and doing it just a couple little, little layers at a time. Not doing that here. That, I don't know. I'm gonna say that's maybe one of these greenish gems here or something. I'm just gonna take some of the phthalo green because it's just sitting here. We'll hit this thing also. There we go. That's a little better. That was getting a little bit too light, too fast. Now we need the transparent sort of reflected light on the other side of this. I might actually change that around. We'll use some of our white there with our phthalo green. Cool that down a little. It's looking too much like the greens we used in the gold. Need to change that temperature around a little bit. This thing somehow needs also some lights there. This needs to be cleaned up too. Much easier to do at this stage than it was earlier, where I couldn't even gotten some paint in there. It would have been that much different. Hey, Tukale, how you doing? Now, Snow Treasure, you have a good one. Thanks so much for hanging out. And again, I think you've seen a couple of times. This is what I'm going to try and get some primer on this thing, and we'll try and paint this up tomorrow with lots of icy goodness. And, well, it's tall. Actually, this thing's not, this thing ain't so tiny, is it? Because this thing here is, well, there you go. That's how big he is. So Troy, thanks so much for hanging out, and nice to see you there, Tukale. Van Dyke Brown here. Looking to do a few shadowy things here. Yeah, there we go. Because now it starts to look like there's some light actually being cast on there. If there's just not enough shadow, it kind of weakens. Well, it's always the case. If you have you don't want weak shadows. You know what they say about weak shadows? Hey, Sarge, you have a good night's sleep. Thanks so much for joining, as always. And I don't know if we'll be catching you from maybe a work break tomorrow, or maybe driving back home or something like that. But you be safe out there, as always. Most likely, I think the most likely time for me to start tomorrow would probably be in that 7 o'clock range, but somewhere between 7, maybe 7:30 if things kind of go, well, the way they just keep going lately, which is always not the way I really want. Otherwise, it would be more like a 7 central, that is. So here, see, we just threw that lighter color there. I'm going to take this. I'm going to go underneath the wing here. And then just blend that a little bit. That's it. See, there's no need for, okay, this. See, that's a bit of a hard line there. And all I'm doing is just tapping it. I'm not brushing it or anything like that. I'm just tapping it, that's all. And again, the whole thing here, what is it, 4 hours, 9 minutes. 4 hours, 9 minutes. Again, you can see how large he is. He ain't small. He is not small. Grabbing a little bit of that radiant blue. Again, it is being thinned down, but only a little bit. Not a lot. You thin this down too much, it will just run all over the place. You can do glazing with oils, but if it's wet into wet, you're going to want to approach that more like a pin line wash, more like when you're painting vehicles, where you just touch the brush and let the capillary action do its thing. Now you can actually let the stuff say just dry, and then you could do full-on glazing just like you're used to with acrylic paint, because we do that all the time in our army painting series where the paint has dried. And it's kind of a fun thing to, it's a little bit different, especially when it comes to the oils, to be able to, now the figure is dry, I can just slap an actual glaze on there, but also not have to worry about watermarks because there's no water on the brush. So no need to worry about those. I don't know how much more of these we want to get our lights. We'll just let that just sit there a little bit. We'll ponder that later. There is some more light that has to happen here that is not fire light. It's got to be regular ambient light. If he were smaller, I might not do quite so much of that, but he's a big guy, and I was just looking at that. Why is that so flat? It's because we never got light on this side. So we need light, dark, and then the light of the fire from down here. Well, Megan, you have a good one. Thank you so much, and as always, congrats again. That is well deserved for something that was just an ingenious idea that was sculpted and formed perfectly and then painted in a fantastic way. So well deserved for sure. Avocado Kid still around. Actually, Avocado Kids, I'm guessing that you'll be streaming later tonight. Because what is it now? It's 11:17 here. All right, Grumdy, you have a good one. Thanks so much for joining. And I think I'm tempted to. I think I'm just looking around to see who is out there. I know that Teals is out there, so we might head Teals' way in a little bit here. Because again, I've got a video that I still have to film tonight. Yet another one of the Patreon videos that never ends. Especially since we're cranking out, well, at least, gosh, what, 10 of those every month, plus a few also YouTube videos. So yeah, I think I don't know what, I'm gonna take a quick look to see what Teals might be. So he's painting. I know sometimes he's doing his where he's kind of doing his critique thing sometimes for folks, and I know we raided into one of those on accident because I thought he was painting his own thing, but no, he was actually talking about miniatures there. So that is very fun. Now, of course, tomorrow people will think of it as a limited palette, or I just never really like using that. I just say like a condensed palette. So I don't know. I just use the same colors. Doesn't matter to me. You use what you use. Use what's gonna work. But you can still get tons of color, even in an exercise that some might call a limited palette. Now, I don't know if Teals is using the oils. I know that sometimes Teals is doing that. I know that in a little bit, actually, probably about a half an hour or so, Drax might be streaming too. But we also want, I want to say that thanks for all of the bits and the follows and the subs, that especially right at this moment here, because apparently around the 13th or whatever, that always is very important. So thank you so much for the subs as well. That is appreciated. I guess, well, gee whiz, tomorrow might be one of the first times we haven't done object source lighting in a while. Ah, well, I like that. I like that expression there, Grim. It's an artist palette. It's not, there are no limitations, right, Grim? Well, especially when you have radiance. You're never limited with radiance, are you, Grim? And thanks so much, Dano. Yeah, I'll have to, if I haven't already sent you a picture of the that horde of build plates with all the hordes of miniatures on them. But yeah, I've got to start prepping. I just realized I got to start prepping the those Corsairs so that we can put them on bases for another one of our basing videos. There's a couple little edges here. There's no edge on this, and I just need to get, there we go. That's it. That's all I needed there. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf. And if everyone could please give Armored Wolf not just a follow on Instagram, but also check out Armored Wolf Etsy page, and check out the leather flowers and the feathers. I mean, they're made of leather, but they look just like flowers and feathers, only a million times more durable. So it'll last forever. Yeah, Dano, I think I just remember the first time I think maybe it was it Grim? And he's like, that's, you got a bunch of stuff shoved onto that build plate there. All right, so there we go. So I'm going to get the raid party underway here. We're going to get that countdown started. And yes, that's a little over 4 hours from primer here to this. And again, it is from Clay Cyanide, again, using our oil paint. So thank you so much, everybody, and I'll catch you on Monday.